time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure, just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow, Monday through Friday at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, in Media at the Hampton Inn, St. David's at the Radnor Hotel, and Monday through Thursday at the Doylestown Inn. Get some cash in your hands today to help pay those holiday bills at the Estates Roadshow. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com. So last year I had the bright idea to dig up part of my backyard to put in a new patio. Little did I know that underground electrical for most of my neighborhood ran through my backyard. One wrong hit of the shovel and bam, lights went out, my hair turned white, and now I can wirelessly charge my smartphone. You know, they say hindsight is 20/20, but 2/20? That's something completely different. Trust me. Call 811 before you dig. Know what's below and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For info, visit pa1call.org.
You'd love new windows, but you don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, January's a great time of year thanks to Window Nation. Right now, they're more affordable during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. If you're feeling cold drafts from your windows, or seeing fog or mold around the frame, or paying a lot more for heat than your neighbors are, it's time for new windows. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Visit windownation.com now.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. With the new year upon us, there's no better time to take control of your financial life, and the Jill on Money podcast is here to help. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and, I hope, entertaining insights on your money and, more importantly, on your life. Follow and listen to Jill on Money wherever you get your podcasts.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
So let's get right to Frank Scales' Surge Philly. I've asked you
How are you doing?
Hey, Frank, here's the thing. I've asked you guys since September, please support Frank and Ian, Surge Philly, and make sure you support them in every way you can, whether it's prayer, whether it's monetarily. But you, Frank, and Ian have never needed all of us as a collective community more than right now. And so that's really where the place I'm coming from. Worried sick about you. What the heck happened as you guys left the studios here, Odyssey World headquarters, hopped aboard SEPTA, and can you take us through what happened, Frank?
Yeah, so we hopped on the SEPTA bus to get home, and I just turned around to somebody calling me a fascist, calling me a racist, and asked how it feels to be a fascist and racist. And I said, well, first of all, I disagree with your characterization of what I do. I'm not those things, but, I hope you're doing well. And this is a person actually from Community College of Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. So then we immediately started recording because it was getting pretty aggressive pretty quickly. So thankfully, we started recording fast, and we got pretty much the whole encounter on camera, and we pretty much posted the whole encounter. So, it escalated very quickly, and always something new happening in Philadelphia. It was
always sunny, right?
And thankfully, we're okay.
So Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis, you're on the bus there. And I just want to clarify, by the way, most of the comments and even to WHYY's, people have been asking them about their intern as she's been identified. Mm-hmm. But there were some people saying, well, you guys are trying to escalate a situation or something like that because you started videoing her. So just to clarify, Frank and Ian, when you started videoing, you felt that video was in your defense to mm-hmm. document. I just want to get that on the record.
Yeah, absolutely. It became very clear that she was very aggressive and violent from the start. And Frank thought very quick on his feet to pull out his camera and begin recording to ensure that it was documented for our record and for the law enforcement's record as well.
And another thing is, I literally was recording my face in case she wanted to come near me. So
and boy did she.
Yeah, she could have walked away and not been on camera. So she wanted to get aggressive, and I'm glad we were recording for that.
And then at some point, it looks like the bus driver did try to get her, kick her off the bus or something. Is that mm-hmm. correct? And so at this point, because we had talked to Sergeant Mark Fuzzetti this morning, Philly Crime, and so I'm trying to check if there's a police report or if police have gotten involved. Are they investigating? Because it is a crime, even without you guys. It is a crime to shoot pepper spray aboard any kind of public transportation or SEPTA. And there is that special prosecutor that I've been talking about, Michael Undermeyer. Mm-hmm. So not necessarily Krasner, who's confronted you before.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
and that's something that is definitely on our horizons. What I will say is that it's an active investigation. SEPTA police, transit police, and the detectives were very professional. They took good care of us. They made sure that they listened to everything we had to say. They were very patient, and I think justice will be served.
Because, and I will say this for those who say, oh, well, this is just about these two individuals. In truth, over the years, I've reported on mm-hmm. students, because let's remember that high school students in Philadelphia don't have the little yellow or big yellow school bus. You take public transit here in Philadelphia for all high schoolers and many middle schoolers as well. And so we want to make sure SEPTA is safe. That's been a huge story in Philadelphia. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, just as far as your history, because I saw then that you did post about the fact that, you've told me the story. You were in student government at college. What happened there, and how does this track back to this particular individual?
So in student government, I organized a ton of events, and I organized pretty much the entire student body, took pictures with everyone. Now, this individual would come to the events because she wrote for the newspaper at the school, the student newspaper, and she came to some of the same events. But first of all, I got investigating for supporting the founding fathers. And then I got impeached for endorsing President Trump. After I endorsed President Trump, a lot of people, including this person, turned on me, and they were very hostile to me. and they didn't want me anywhere near student life, and that included the administration too. And then we moved into doing Surge Philly, and we've been doing very well with that. So maybe people from CCP are jealous of the success we're having. Maybe they're angry, and I think that's really where it comes from. I think what we encountered was a radical leftist, somebody who was radicalized in the colleges and willing to commit violence against people who she disagrees with.
Well,
I think this is somebody who would have done it to somebody she didn't know from college.
But let me ask you
and
this.
that's very scary.
But let me ask you this, and this goes even deeper. And by the way, saw Elon Musk at some point.
Yeah.
First of all, before I ask my next question, which is an important one, but what did it mean to you when Elon Musk even you caught his eye? And
yeah, that's an ultimate, sign of approval, especially there on X. That's the king of X. So I mean, love what Elon's been able to do in our government with Doge, and I hope he'll have more involvement in the future.
Is that I know that early on, Frank and Ian, and when I first reached out to you, this was in September, but it was shortly after Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Yeah.
And that inspired you, but also Elon Musk inspired. I know my teenage sons at the time, young men your age, to say, get involved and put yourself out there. Were you inspired by an Elon Musk? I'll never forget when he spoke here in Pennsylvania at Butler. Is he somebody who, has empowered young men like you to stand up and say, this is my America and we have a right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Elon is a free speech warrior. He actually took a financial loss on the platform Twitter to make sure that it was open source and available to the public to spread information across the new media. So there's probably nobody in America more pro free speech than Elon, and we can only thank him for all that he's been able to do with Twitter and keeping free speech alive here in the U.S.
And you look at somebody who has pretty much unlimited money, somebody who didn't need to get involved in politics, somebody who has to have relationships with whoever is in power. For him to come out by Twitter at a financial loss and then support President Trump, he took an enormous risk to his liberty, to his own wealth, and to his character, and they attacked him viciously after he did that. So he's a patriot, and I have nothing but appreciation for what he's done.
And I know that Frank, you and I were, texting back and forth. Ian and Frank? How are your parents? Frank's grandma is a nervous wreck. I know everybody's been worried sick about you. How is the family?
They're doing all right. They'll only understand so much. Them being our family and all, but they understand. They know that we have the armor of God with us, and Jesus is with us wherever we go out there. So we're protected, and it's just about what's the next event. We're excited to get to the next event.
Well,
yeah, same here. My dad thought the video was hilarious. I can't say the same for my cat right now, who just walked in the room and is meowing. So I don't know if you heard that, but yeah. My dad thought the video was hilarious. My grandma's worried, my mom's worried, but that's to be expected. And I still have this cat.
Listen, Frank and Ian, we love you guys, and we'll see you next Monday when you come here to studio. I'm driving you home because Mama Bear is going to make sure that you get home safely.
Thank you, Dawn. That's much needed.
Oh, gosh. But it's so important that you support, seriously, Frank and Ian, Surge Philly. Thanks, guys. Be safe.
Thank you.
SurgeMedia.us, if anybody would like to contribute. We are going to be looking into security now, so any contributions are much appreciated. But thank you for having us on, Dawn.
One more
thank
time
you
there.
so much,
You
Dawn.
broke up there, Frank. What was it? SurgeMedia.us?
SurgeMedia.us.
Thank you, sir.
Just look that up, and anybody can contribute there, and that money will go towards security and our own safety. We appreciate you guys.
Well, back at you. We love you, and you can support them even by following them, and by seriously holding them up in prayer, because these are
super
scary
important
times.
Yes.
Thanks, Frank. Thanks, Ian.
Thanks, guys.
Good to see
Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to go right into Nate Benefield? We can go right to him.
Okay,
Yeah?
sure.
All right.
Nate Benefield, thank you so much for your patience. Nate was due a few minutes ago, but we had this breaking news story with our interviews, Frank and Ian, who were here yesterday, Nate, and this thing went international and viral as they were attacked because they are out there now as Trump supporters, as Christian conservative young men. These are scary times, Nate. It used to be you could have a conversation with people, and nowadays it seems that it's okay if you're a conservative. Somehow it's okay for somebody to come up to you, mace you, attack you physically. I'm talking about, not just verbally, and it's a very concerning situation to me.
No, and you see polling supporting that a lot of, especially on the left, that they think it's okay. It's like, is it okay to attack someone who's of the other party or is a Trump supporter, or defriending them, or like not being friends with people that don't believe they can be friends with someone who's of a different political party. That's a new thing that wasn't, I think, true 10, 20, certainly in our generation.
Yeah, that's part of the reason I talk about, even ask them about their families. Frank's grandma, we talk about her all the time, even, and I hate to say this, but to humanize. I know that sounds weird, but what they've done is they've tried to dehumanize people who are Trump supporters or conservatives, and that's so wrong. And that's what I'm seeing in the media, that they're trying to dehumanize these are college kids. I mean, Frank and Ian. Do you know what I'm saying, Nate?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I see that all the time, and it really does. Like, I think you talk about humanizing it. That what you read and see on social media, these like very personal attacks and dehumanizing people, then it carries over into real life, and I think there is a much greater threat of violence towards conservative leading people.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Well, the reason that we had asked you on, well, a couple of reasons. It's always good to have you here. But Nate Benefield, Chief Policy Officer at Commonwealth Foundation, you're just a brilliant mind. And we just wanted to go through with you some of the headlines. And we weren't even aware, obviously, yesterday at this point when Dan Borowski, our great executive producer, reached out to you as we're thinking about tax policy, as we're thinking about Greenland and what's going on there. So you've been very busy with talking about what's going on. Can you take us through your thoughts? I'll start with Greenland, since that is something that's in the headlines here with the Trump policy. And I do want to get into taxes, because a lot of us are doing our taxes right now. But when you see the conversation right now, Nate, about Greenland and what's happening, U.S. policy and the arguments back and forth, what do you see as the real issue here, and how do you view this?
Yeah, I mean, it is something where I feel like it has become such a hot button issue in terms of the kind of the political circle, but it's not what average people care about. They're not thinking about Greenland. They're thinking about their own, energy bills, healthcare bills, taxes, the things that are affecting their daily lives. So it's the kind of thing that's very kind of out there, as like this concept, and I think most people are not really engaged in what it means. What's the geopolitical side, and it is, as everything, almost a partisan issue. So those who are Republicans tend to say, well, Trump must be right, and those who are on the left think Trump must be wrong, and not really understanding the issues there. But I think it is an issue where there are merits to this, but there's also like concerns of our international allies, and now personally, I'm concerned about kind of the tariff policy of trying to use tariffs as because really, as it comes down to, tariffs come back as taxes on American consumers to drive up the price and cost of living.
Yeah, so I do want to get into something that we've talked a lot about, and that's Reggie Pacer. But just on that point, really quick, Nate, because that's the old school thinking about tariffs. Has Trump at all, and as well Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, have they changed your mind at all, or the way that you see tariffs and how they're saying they're raking in all of this money, and the world view of saying, hey, America, we've been getting ripped off. There was this basically a playing field that was not equal, and trying to equalize that a little bit. Have you at all been surprised by any of this conversation, or have you altered your views or your thinking based on what you're seeing?
No, I don't think I've altered views on tariffs, and I think they talk about how much revenue. One, it's a very tiny portion. When you look at how big the federal government is and how much it's spending, tariffs are a small piece of that. And I know there's arguments of, hey, we should go back to when tariffs funded the federal government and get rid of the income tax on taxes. I might be okay with that, but you got to understand, like, we need to cut trillions of dollars in income tax and trillions of dollars in government spending for tariffs to be that high of a revenue generator. But the revenue is coming from Americans. It's not being paid by foreign governments or foreign companies. It really is being paid by Americans. And in some cases, it may be like, hey, we don't want to have trade with certain countries, but really it is, trade is good for our economy, and a lot of the products that we buy are partially made in America, and partially made or produced or parts coming from elsewhere. So I don't think that the tariffs have actually been overall beneficial for the American consumer.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what the Supreme Court, what they rule. I believe that with Trump, he saw the tariff conversation and even the tariff threat as an important negotiation tool, where he gets up front, he says publicly, okay, you're not gonna negotiate on fill in the blank. Okay, we're gonna put tariffs on you. And so I think it's as much a negotiating tool as using economics rather than military force or declaring war or any of that. That's how I see it moving forward. I think right. It's just,
and probably I would say one of the great benefits I think of kind of having trade with foreigners and having it is preventing war. And I think there's like a analysis of the kind of there's never been war between two countries that have a McDonald's in their country. That is like because we are having that benefit there. So I think being able to recognize our allies and sometimes using that in areas where we are having conflict. I think we've obviously not traded with Cuba, North Korea, and using that where needed. But I think being cautious of seeing that as something that is used just kind of unilaterally without considering the impact on American consumers.
I want to pivot because over the years we've talked a lot, Nate Benefield, about Governor Josh Shapiro, energy policy here, and whether it's Reggie, whether it's PACER, whatever the program, a couple things that you've said consistently that you have felt that Governor Josh Shapiro for years now has been in this campaign mode. But, Dan Borowski and I just thought of you yesterday. I don't know, you were living rent free in our heads, as Zioli always says, because I think of you over the years talking about and criticizing the policies, the energy policies, and how we here in Pennsylvania, how we all pay. So when Shapiro recently, and Dan played the clip yesterday of Governor Shapiro, let's listen in, have you react to this.
That price caps that you negotiated as a result of your lawsuit against them would be included in the final package and conditioned your participation on that point. All of this, though, against the backdrop of elections on the horizon, how do you make that political calculation of partnering with the Trump administration on an issue like this?
Well, I'll get to that, but first, let me just say, I'm an all-of-the-above energy governor. Today in Pennsylvania, we produced more energy than ever before. And I think the production of energy leads to more opportunities, job opportunities and otherwise, and more freedom for the people I represent. So I think we need to produce more energy. We also need to hold down costs. It's one of the reasons why I sued successfully PJM to get those price caps in place. And now that leads to the heart of your question of why would we work with the Trump administration on this issue? I will tell you that governors have been working together in a bipartisan manner for years. I was today with Governor Moore and Governor Youngkin, along with representatives of Governor Braun. So we understand the importance of working together on this issue. And over the last year or so, Secretaries Wright and Burgum have made a point to engaging with us, working with us. And I've made very clear, I'm with you on producing more energy. It's got to be an all-of-the-above energy strategy. and we've got to make sure we hold down costs. And so the fact that they wanted to work with us on this, and we could agree to those principles that we would hopefully hold PJM to, we think is a win for the 65 million Americans who get their power in a PJM territory, which is 13 states in the District of Columbia.
So, Nate, that was a longer than usual clip, but I wanted you to get, we wanted you to get the context of that so that you could comment about what he just said.
Yeah.
Your reaction?
Well, I think Governor Shapiro is great at talking points about some of these things, about wanting more affordability, and using this. He talks about him being an all of the above governor, all of the above on energy. But his policies that he's proposed have made energy prices higher and made less reliable. He's continuing to push a tax on fossil fuel generation. He's forced to withdraw from RGGI, which a lot of neighboring states have been in, which is a tax, but is still pushing his own state-based tax on that. He's continuing to push mandated and subsidies for wind and solar power, which cost a lot more and are unreliable. I looked up this morning knowing that it was about 10 degrees outside. I was very glad my heat was working, my power's on, and at 6 o'clock this morning, 93% of the grid that we're on was being powered by fossil fuels, coal, natural gas, and nuclear. We're powering 93% of the power in Pennsylvania and our grid. So we need more production across Pennsylvania and across the region, not less, and not picking and choosing winners and losers.
And you called, so you mentioned RGGI, and we've talked about that over the years, but even though he was offering what you called, I'm looking back at my notes, you called at one point that Shapiro had offered 2 new equally disastrous energy-related acronyms, and one of them was that so-called PACER, for people who hear these terms, RGGI, PACER, what does it all mean when you look at it? When I'm looking at my PICO bill, no matter who you get your power from, what does it mean for the average Pennsylvanian? And that's the action that you have talked about for years. In other words, a governor who's great at the words, but when you look at the action and what that means for us.
Yeah, the action it basically is, whether it's RGGI or PACER, basically it is a tax on electricity generation. It's going to impose a tax on power generators, and they will pass it on to consumers. And the estimate of the impact of RGGI was about a 30% increase in your home energy bill as a result of that. That's something that you're probably already seeing some of that because we are in a grid where a lot of states are doing that, and it really drives up the cost, also drives down production. And this is Shapiro was at this event in the White House yesterday at the other PJM states, and they were talking about the need to increase production. But an interesting fact is, since 2019, Pennsylvania and Ohio have increased their electricity production. Pennsylvania increased it by 13 million megawatt hours, but the rest of those states reduced how much energy they're producing. They reduced it by 30 million megawatt hours. So when you say like, hey, we need to produce more energy to be able to power the grid, to keep the lights on, to keep up with population growth, and for the kind of the AI centers coming online, but you're reducing power plants that are open, that's why we're seeing prices go up.
I mean, but you would never gather that from that was a Fox News interview on national news on Fox. And so that's the reason why, people like you, Nate Metafield, are so important, to set the record straight. Because I think anybody watching that will go, oh, well, he's working hard to lower. They would never know. And I don't know what Pennsylvanians think, because he has a 60% approval rating, supposedly. So how do you, for you're looking at the numbers. This is tangible evidence, right? You're looking at the tangible numbers of what's going on and the grid and all of that. And yet here's somebody with a high approval rating in his own state and gets favorable interviews like that on a conservative leaning national TV show.
Yeah. Well, the governor is great at using his PR machine. I think, we've talked about how he's at $3 million on his kind of PR shop in the governor's office. and great at being scripted and talking about these things like affordability. And but the reality is, when you actually dive into his policies, and not just his talking points of being all of the above, and wanting to reduce energy prices, his policies of taxes and wanting then to have more subsidies and force people to buy more wind and solar power are policies that are driving up electric bills and really threatening the electric grid, which means there's more risk of blackouts, or you flip the light switch and the lights don't go on because we don't have reliable power. And so it really is important to go past the headlines and the talking points and actually dive into the policies that he's proposing.
That's why we appreciate you and the Commonwealth Foundation. Nate Benefield, thank you so much for being here today. Always appreciate you, and it's always a great conversation. Thanks, Nate.
You bet. Thanks for having me on.
Take care. So check him out, Commonwealth Foundation. All the numbers are there. I mean, he, in all of his articles over the years, he puts it all in there, and they do as well, so that you can look for yourself. Like Nate said, go beyond those headlines. It's so important because, and he actually wrote in one of his articles, it's that Shapiro's plan, Nate wrote, is worse than doing nothing. It'll drive up electricity prices, drive energy production and jobs out of Pennsylvania, undermine the reliability of our electric grid, threatening blackouts. And Nate wrote that years ago. Okay. So that's part of the reason when you look around, we're paying 45% higher rates than most of the country. Here's why. Check it out. Don't take my word for it. Commonwealth Foundation. Look it up and spread the word. This is the Dawn Show. We have so much in store for you. We have so much to get to. Dan Borowski, our great executive producer, our Hoosier in the house. Let's talk about the kitchen. I love my kitchen, but it can use a little magic. Kitchen magic, that's where they come in. New year, perfect time. Take a look around your home, especially the kitchen and the bathrooms. You use them every day. Why not think about a refresh? Kitchen Magic is family owned, and they craft high quality, okay? American-made kitchens and baths since 1979, local employer, and they make this process so simple from start to finish. Right now, you enjoy 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing, 50% off bathroom installations, plus the opportunity to lock in the current pricing. Start the new year with a home that looks better, feels better, works better for you. Visit my friends at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. Plus, you can trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Trust and Will.
My dad and I were always close, but some things we just didn't talk about, like his will. After he was gone, we found out he didn't have one, and it created a lot of stress during a time of grief.
Creating a will can be hard to think about, but avoiding it can lead to greater difficulty for the people you love. That's why Trust and Will makes estate planning simple. Create a will online in as little as 30 minutes.
Now, I have a will in place to make sure my loved ones are protected. With Trust and Will, it was easy and affordable, and I got peace of mind knowing my wishes are clear.
Trust and Will.
Get 20% off when you visit trustandwill.com/plan. That's trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What is a woman? What is a woman? What defines a woman? A female is born with 2 X chromosomes. An X from mom, an X from dad. There's no Y chromosome, which of course carries the gene for a baby boy. This is proven science. Tangible evidence. Follow the science. That's what we were told, right? For at least a decade or more, I've shared with you the working title of my book, The women's movement is a scam, question mark, exclamation. My husband Larry says, Dawn, write the book. Would you write the book? And any time that I'd have a long day, and yesterday's a great example too, have a long day at work and then come home and I'm doing laundry or I'm cooking dinner or whatever I'm doing, I'll say, I'm doing everything that my husband does and I'm doing everything that my mom, let me just finish this, that my mom or grandmom did, okay? Why is that? Why is that? I would say it. The women's movement's a scam, question mark, exclamation. We talk about media narratives and how this nonsense all really began. I've talked about my mom. Yes, Rosemary. Yes, I'm Rosemary's baby. She felt pressure to get back into the workforce after her 3 children were born, my brother John, me, my younger sister Christine. And she would say when her kids were young, well, she didn't work. No, I don't work. I'm a housewife. And so I saw her feeling like she was less, right? Because that's what the women's movement really, in many ways, lifting up women, right, for women's equality. That's a good thing. I believe in equality, not equity in the sense that it's used today, but equality. Okay, that's a good thing. But no, they had to put down women who were stay-at-home moms, who were wives. And that was the beginning. As I really think about this, the women's movement, American mothers, in the name of equality, well, you are lower. They would put you down. And so what women were taught and what I was taught and what many of you were taught was, oh, no. You need your equality. Be a woman. You need to embrace being an American woman. Don't get married. Don't have children. No. You need to be an individual, to be equal, to be great. And so you need to go out and establish yourself, your career. And then after you've gone to school and established your career and your own success, and now you finally now you are an equal. That's really women's equality in America. That's what we've all been told, right? And what it did by its very definition was to say, well, if you just get married and you have your baby or your babies and you're a mother and you're a stay-at-home mom, well, what do? You don't work. And somehow that creation of that narrative over the years has put down women who choose to be a mom, a stay-at-home mom in particular. And by that I mean if you gave birth to your babies, if you are a caregiver, if you adopted your children, okay, if you're a stepmom and raising the kids. But in this one, it was really designed to diminish the role of women and motherhood especially. So in my career as a TV journalist, that's what I did. I did everything that the narrative told me to do, right? Emmy Award-winning television news journalist, anchor woman at all different levels and at the height of it. I mean, I'm very proud of the fact, and I was very proud, not just of being the Fox 10 o'clock news anchor here in Philadelphia for about a decade, but also CBS News. The first time, filling in on the morning news, the early morning news at CBS. This is CBS News. What a great moment. What a thrill. What an honor. And being the host for a couple of years at CBS News Saturday morning. It was all wonderful. Winning Emmys, about a dozen Emmys. New York, Philadelphia. What an honor. But nothing compares, nothing defines me more than becoming a mom. First, giving birth to Michael and then David, but also before them, marrying a single dad, becoming a stepmom. Even if I had never given birth to Michael and David, what an honor to become a mom in the form of being a stepmom to Stacia, who I talk about, my Saint Stacia, my Jonathan, my stepkids. I hate saying step, but my bonus kids, whatever you want to say. What an honor to be part of their lives. That's a purpose-driven life. And this is part of what the media does. This whole narrative this far left narrative that actually, I believe, started way before a lot of us acknowledge when it really began. The diminishing, taking away, chipping away at being a mother. And so part of that is chipping away at our purpose, what we were wired for, and we are wired differently, okay? So you know who nailed it yesterday? And I have to give him credit as I really think about this, because although we've talked about this and I've identified this over the years, but Greg Gutfeld, I got to give you credit, man. You nailed it. You were able to weave together all of what we're talking about. When we think about, what J.D. Vance jokingly, the cat lady, let's say, and even Frank earlier today, Frank Scales talked about having a cat, but the so-called cat ladies or the women who we've said, what has happened to our women in particular? This mind virus, this hive mentality. What the heck's going on? Well, here's Gutfeld. He nailed it. Listen in.
What's really going on?
Renee Good.
Yes, because that is actually not the story here. The story is, the story is how you got here, and you won't admit that is the reason why we're. This isn't about immigration. It isn't about ICE. It isn't about Trump. It is about suicidal empathy that is driven by a rescue fantasy. You have all of these young, middle-aged women going out there because they have some kind of emptiness in their lives that are going out there in this kind of rescue delusion, helping people they don't know, strangers who are guilty of crimes. How can you defend that? This is not protesters going to a church. That is a mob. The people that invented the phrase safe spaces are breaking it up, frightening kids, right? These are the people that call us fascists and they're hunting people. These are the people that claim to defend women and yet are defending men who abuse women. These are the people that call us homophobic, and yet they want to out ICE guys for using, gay sex apps. Let's be honest here. Fry's a pussy. He's scared of these people, or else he would stand up for it. Calling it love, there's no such thing as a mob with love. And imagine showing this tape to Don Lemon 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and saying, is this where you saw yourself, Lemon? Crashing a church service, scaring kids, attacking a pastor? Was this your hope and dream to do this? Radicalization is gradual. Black Lives Matter is now bad guys matter. And now you'll defend anything. You're defending rapists. These are the people you're defending.
On what?
And I'm going to go back. So that was on, I didn't see it live. I saw it as it went viral. And I thought, good job, Greg Gutfeld. I mean, and you could see how passionate he is because he's weaving together all of this. And when he talks about how it's gradual, that's the case, but it's now a hive mind. And this is, whether you want to look at the young woman, in my opinion, who was on the SEPTA bus and you saw the video, was macing and was aggressively going after Frank Scales and Ian McGinnis. Why? Because they're speaking their minds about what's going on in America, but as well, she represents, in my humble opinion, this so-called hive mind. And it's this infection that in particular, it seems like women of a certain age are more affected by it. Even, Dan, if you could just play a little clip of this in the Target store, and we played it earlier. And this is these women who feel like they can, here, let's look at these women.
We won't stop fighting. The ice is gone. Till ice is gone.
Target says that their mission is to support the joy of everyday life for all families.
Look at the eyes. Look at these. What the heck?
Do it now.
And so maybe you disagree with me, but I just had to get that off my chest because I feel like maybe together we can figure this out. That this is an infection now, creating this hive mind of a certain group of women who are just obsessed with not just Trump derangement syndrome, but replacing maybe what we as women are wired for because they don't have that purpose-driven life. They're not mothers. They're not caregivers. And some of the blank looks in their eyes, they look a little cray-cray. I'm being real here. But there's a loneliness to it, a pathetic nature of it. But as well, they feel that because this is their new purpose, that they are authorized by some, I don't know, higher power to actually commit violence, to act and discriminate, that they have this higher power, this driven nature where they're allowed now to commit violence because that's their purpose and it's for a higher power. Therefore, it is justified discrimination against men, discrimination against anybody who supports Trump, especially, but conservatives, family values, that's what's at stake here. This is nuts, if you ask me, but this is reality in America today. And they are trying to redefine a woman, a mother, our purpose, my purpose. And I take offense to it. I think every American, no matter who you are, needs to stand up against this. But we need to support more than ever motherhood, being a woman in America, because at risk here is the future of our country, no matter who you are. And that's my feeling this morning. Dan, I had to get that off my chest.
Yeah, great stuff. Oof, yeah.
I mean, as a husband, you love your husband to Maisie, you're a father to your beautiful baby daughter.
Yeah. I mean, you talked about the social, cultural implications, but we've even talked to the economic implications of this world that has been created and the whole idea that we are now expected to have 2-income households while raising a child and meanwhile paying for health. You're spot on, Dawn. Fantastic stuff.
Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You're a great dad.
Well, you're a great mother.
Great dad, great husband. All he talks about is just wanting to provide for his wife and his baby daughter, the cost of daycare. And we do have Dr. Marian Mass, so do we have to take a break? Or
quick one, just to make sure she's all settled, and we'll get going.
Okay, we'll be right back with Dr. Marian Mass. So we'll talk about this, but there's so much on the medical front. What are they talking about now in the world of medicine? Some huge changes, the good, the bad, the ugly. Be right back.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ETHOS.com/term.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hugh Douglas here. It's playoff season. The hits get harder, the nights get colder, and the stakes, well, they get a little higher. But some things don't change, like the slow pour of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey over ice. Jack Daniel's and playoff football go hand in hand. So make sure you pick you up a bottle at your local fine wine and good spirits stores. Try out the Tennessee Honey, Fire Apple, or the new Blackberry flavor. And don't forget classic old number 7 Black Label. Celebrate responsibly.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son Mike. In addition to the comp case, there is a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
You know, there's that old saying, how do you define fill in the blank? Well, I know one when I see one. How do you define being a woman, being a mother? Hoorah. I feel like a woman.
Ooh, you want some of that? You want some Shania?
I went to Shania. My son David went with me. God bless him. Poor kid.
Why would he go?
Like you know who's feeling like a woman?
Who's that?
Dr. Mary Mass.
I absolutely do. I'm really sure I'm a woman.
Woo! Fire it up, mama.
This song is so bad.
Come on. Come on.
If I dance online, my children will kill me. Hey Dawn, can I bring up something that you talked about?
Let's get to it.
Yeah, no, I'm like because I ever since I was like I turned it on and I was listening as I was coming in from the gym, and there was something that really resonated what you said, and it was kind of about the pressure that women put on themselves to achieve that perfection.
Yep.
And we see it so clearly because these, you know, like if you've read That Anxious Generation by Jonathan Haidt, these young women are, you know, prone to that social media idea of perfection. And I think we need to, you want to talk about a glass ceiling to smash through? It's that one.
Yes.
And here's a cute story. Years ago, I put up a post on my Facebook, which, okay, you know, now I'm sure like there's people out there listening who know me and know my husband and all that other stuff. And my husband always like comes home for the day and he's like, oh gosh, I heard you talked about this on Facebook or that on Facebook. But there was this one particular day, it was a very cold day like today. And my kids came running in from the bus stop and they're like, we're going to be late, you know, and they're middle school. And they made me drive them. And I was wearing my bathrobe and slippers. And I was like, I'll go get changed. And they're like, no, we got to leave now. So I'm like, oh God, it's 9 degrees outside. So I get in the car and we're almost at Tuhican Middle School. And I notice like, oh crud, I forgot that I'm almost out of gas, right? I mean, what kind of an idiot am I? I'm like thinking about the kids. And so then I thought, well, I hope I have enough gas to make it to Wawa. So I got to Wawa and then I noticed, my purse is not in my car because Mr. Dr. Mass, the surgeon, grabbed the purse out of the car to grab the checkbook. And that, of course, has my wallet in it and it had my phone in it. So now I'm at Wawa. It's 9 degrees. I'm wearing a bathrobe and slippers. Okay. And so I go into Wawa and they don't even flinch. There's no one flinching. No one's even like taking a second glance at me. And this really nice lady at Wawa was like, could I use your phone? And I called my husband. And then I go back out to the gas pump and I'm waiting. And, when I called, he was like immediately responsive. I'm married to a prince. I know you are too. Love my husband. It's 31 years now. And he's just an amazing man. But anyway, he shows up, 10 minutes later in his car. And I see him over there and I wave at him and he waves at me. And I wave at him and he waves at me. I'm like, why is he doing all this waving, right? And I kind of motion over to him and he motions over to me. And I was like shaking my head like, no. And so he's like, he wanted me to get out of the car. And I'm like, how am I getting out of the car in my bathroom? So finally he gives up and he gets out of the car and he's in his bathrobe too. And so what do? I post this whole thing on Facebook. And I had so many people comment and tell me they felt so much better about their lives knowing that I wasn't perfect. And I'm like, knowing that I wasn't perfect? I mean, what are you talking about? Like, I've pulled the pump out of the gas tank at Wawa. I've like, I don't even want to tell you what's going on in the house with the kids and all the rest. Perfection, we got to let it go. Yeah. But this is like maybe 9 or 10 years ago. And it was so remarkable that so many women like responded and they said they felt so much better because they felt like they were supposed to be perfect all the time. And I'm like, wow, man, I have never felt that way. I let that go years ago. Who can be perfect as a mom, as a physician, as you can't like achieve perfection.
Yeah. I mean,
and yeah,
I understand what you're saying. And as well, I think of even the jokes about what is Mar-a-Lago face? And I saw women debating that the other day, that they were talking about, in particular, I guess, the Trump administration, Kristi Noem, and there were people, I don't know, putting her down because they said, oh, she has fillers or she has this or she has that. And so there are all these different angles where, yes, women are being attacked. But I think there is this standard that I was looking this up. There's an old saying, Ginger Rogers, they said she did everything that her dance partner, Fred Astaire, I think did, but she did it backwards in heels. And so I think that's an extension of that kind of philosophy that you look at successful. It's like in TV news, why does every TV news anchor team look like somebody's third or fourth marriage? Right? Because that woman, no matter what her actual age, she is fit and fabulous and is not allowed to look over 39, right? Or she's going to lose her job. And so that's why the women in the Trump administration, no matter what their generation, no matter what their actual age, these women are super fit and super fine, because to be a successful woman in America, you do have to have the look. And I think that's a part of it. But I was even going deeper than that, more than skin deep, to say this attack on women, this attack on mothers, that's really what I'm seeing. And all of these women who now feel like part of their actual purpose is that they have to, that they're now defending these imaginary, suppressed or oppressed people. But I think they're really defending the wrong group, in the sense that they're defending people who are convicted predators out there. I just don't get it. It's bizarre to me.
Oh, I hear what you're saying. Well, I guess they're kind of almost making you feel as though if you're not out there defending the people that are in vogue to defend, then you must not be successful. I mean, I don't know. We're putting an awful lot of pressure on here about these matters in general. I mean, I think what I was dialing back to was that there's a lot of professional women that this standard of achieving, and I mean, I guess I was raised where, charity begins in the home. So you need to take care of the people that, you're in, that you live with, that are under your roof, and you take care of them very carefully. Those are the people that we foster the most.
Yeah.
And I think it's really wonderful and noble to want to take care of people that need extra help. But then to have society tell us which women those are for each one of us, to me, seems bizarre.
Yeah.
Well said. Yeah, but
listen, we have to take a really quick break. Can you stick around the break? Because we have so much to talk about, other headlines.
Yes.
Dr. Oz said what? All of it. Dr. Mass, Dr. Mary Mass. Oh, yeah. Hoorah. Let's go, girls and guys. Be right back.
The Arctic Air
Hopefully
Mass
I kind of hit on
through the middle of the week. Well, plenty of sunshine today, but breezy and very cold. High 26, but feeling like single digits and teens. For tonight, not as windy, mostly clear. Low 15 for the city, colder in the suburbs. And for Wednesday, partly sunny and not as cold, with a high 38.
Hi, everyone. It's Dom Giordano, and recently I had the chance to sit down and chat with Marine Colonel John Church at the watch party for the Army-Navy game, hosted by Navy League Philly. I wanted to learn more about the impact Navy League Philly has. Take a listen.
So, Colonel John Church, you have quite a background. Also, you worked with the Navy League in Ben Salem High School.
I did. I taught there for 5 years. Absolutely loved it. Great opportunity. Great students. Great support from the staff. I have subsequently retired, turned over to Colonel Dave Mills, and I know they're doing a great job. And we, as our Navy League, supported them financially with the donation last year, which they are very grateful to receive.
What's the focus of the Navy League you think that our listeners should know about that they want to support?
Sure. We're always recruiting kind of things that veterans can bring to our organization. And I'm happy to serve and very, very glad to be here.
You can do your part to support our Sea Service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The snow and ice from the weekend storms will be around for a while thanks to frigid temps. New Jersey officially swearing in Governor-elect Mikey Sherrill this morning. And Tyrese Maxey follows his all-star nod with 29 points, 8 assists, and 8 steals, and the Sixers win over the Pacers.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Trust and Will.
My dad and I were always close, but some things we just didn't talk about, like his will. After he was gone, we found out he didn't have one, and it created a lot of stress during a time of grief.
Creating a will can be hard to think about, but avoiding it can lead to greater difficulty for the people you love. That's why Trust and Will makes estate planning simple. Create a will online in as little as 30 minutes.
Now, I have a will in place to make sure my loved ones are protected. With Trust and Will, it was easy and affordable. And I got peace of mind knowing my wishes are clear.
Trust and Will.
Get 20% off when you visit trustandwill.com/plan. That's trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, the excitement is building. Portugal, Spain this spring. How about it? I hope you join me. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau for the one and only Conservative Tours. And I wouldn't go anywhere overseas, certainly, as you know by now, without Ken Chase or conservativetours.com. This is filling up. Hurry up if you've been thinking about it. The flight, I'm told, is almost full. So after the last adventures that we've taken over the years in Europe with so many of you, I just appreciate you. And as we text each other, DM each other about this next trip, I get butterflies in my stomach when I look at conservativetours.com and look through this Portugal, Spain spring trip, fine dining, great wines, seaside villages that'll take your breath away. $57.38. Yes, that includes your nonstop flight from Philadelphia to Lisbon. Picturesque Douro River Valley, 4-star hotel property. I could go on and on and on. All the dining events that we share. Portugal is Europe's best kept secret. I want to take you there before the big secret's out. Private Portuguese tour escort. 10 days. What an adventure. Step over the border into Galicia. In old world Spain, fly home from Porto. Join me, won't you, for the history, the cuisine, the unique beauty of the secret land, small but oh so impressive. Call now, toll free, 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Check out the itinerary, Cascais, Sintra, Coimbra, Cabo de Roca. I could go on and on. All your sightseeing and private guiding, conservativetours.com. See you, Cafe Majestic in Porto. Conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you. Oh, yeah. Our favorite lady doctor, Dr. Marian Mass. We've been talking about what it means to be a woman in America. Don't you define me. Not going to happen. Dr. Marian Mass in the house. Wanted to ask you about so many different issues, and we'll get to Dr. Oz speaking out in a moment. But last Thursday, President Trump unveiling what he called the Great Healthcare Plan, promising to lower the cost, deliver money directly to the people. And this as Congress is still going back and forth about ACA, those nagging subsidies that have been looming and put off by Congress. And then as well, President Trump on Friday, as he was talking about his rural health care plan for America. What do you make of all of this, Dr. Mass? You've talked a lot about eliminating the so-called middleman, the concierge that we were told of. What do you want to point out here as you look at all of these conversations going on?
It's our money. We're spending it one way or another, whether it's through tax dollars, Medicaid, Medicare, our employers, and we're spending too much. And I love it that he's talking about getting the money to the American people to spend it, because we have got to become shoppers in the healthcare marketplace. And for years, people keep on, using those words and saying, you can't shop healthcare. You can't. Well, you can. Just this morning, I spoke to a friend who told me that, she had one of the subsidy extensions, and then she called a health benefits advisor, and she found out it was less than half the price for her to get a plan that worked better for her than it was to have Americans spend thousands of dollars paying the insurers that we have grown to hate. So bottom line, America, you need to figure out where your money's going. And so I love the words that are being used about America spending its own money, transparency, shopping. And what I noticed at the top of what was released by President Trump, he's putting it on Congress. And I think that's a really good thing for your listeners. In 2019, I believe it was, 2018 or 2019, President Trump released an executive order that was pushing the hand of insurers and hospitals for transparency, but that has not been codified. And in the Bucks Independence, I wrote a bill about the need to codify it, and there's a bipartisan bill in the Senate, Senator Marshall and Hickenlooper, and then it's John James in the House. So there's already legislation out there that codifies transparency. It's one of the things that the president pointed out. 85-90% of Americans want transparency so we can see what we're paying for. It's the first part in shopping. So that's what I want you to know.
Yeah, and I always talk about my son Michael, who I'm thankful to that he allows me to talk about him, but with his journey of relatively new diagnosis of type 1 T1D diabetes, which is an autoimmune disease. It's very different from type 2. But in that one, Dr. Mass, so Dexcom, which is a great invention, the pump, which is they've really advanced. But I just got a notice from United Healthcare, they're not covering the G7. And they're not covering his pump, the one that he has, which they did cover. So as these things, the new year starts and you get all this nonsense, I happen to look on Amazon. I didn't even know they had a pharmacy. And I'm saying, is that something new? And the Dexcom, hundreds of dollars cheaper if I just sign up with them. Is that part of the competition that we're seeing to, let's say, have Amazon have a pharmacy, these online pharmacies? You've talked about this before, to create this more competitive environment.
Well, as it stands right now, a lot of what is covered for someone's outpatient plan is managed not just by the insurer, but by the pharmacy benefit manager that they own. And then the amount that they're paying on your behalf is kind of covered up and hidden from you. So the fact that Amazon is now putting things out that you can shop for, and imagine how much less expensive you can make that if you end up having a healthcare savings account that is more liberalized so that you can pay out of pocket. And then if we liberalized healthcare savings accounts to allow them, we save and then they roll over year to year, and then we can pass them on to our progeny, the way it works in Singapore. So then people are incentivized to try to stay healthier so they can save. Not always possible. I mean, your Michael was diagnosed with basically a failure of the pancreatic islet cells, right? Mm-hmm. Or islet cells, I guess is the right way to say it. But, the bottom line is insulin is necessary for Michael to live, and the delivery system, which is going along swimmingly well for him, sounds like. Then all of a sudden the insurance company comes along and says, no, we're not covering this anymore. And then you have to switch everything. And it especially when you have a disease that it requires good control so that you're taking care of your longevity. And diabetes would count in that way. So if Michael's already on a set plan where his sugar is well controlled, why are you going to break it?
Right.
If it's already working for you. And I've seen that again and again in my advocacy over the, past, 9 or 10 years. I know patients that their children have seizure disorders. They're working great on a particular medication to prevent the seizures. And then all of a sudden the insurance company says, no, can't have that. And then they have to switch. I mean, what if you have a child that's 16 years old and just starting to drive? What are you supposed to do? Well, now you can't have the car. You can't go out and drive because maybe the new drug won't work, and you could put yourself and someone else in danger. What if you're like a 20-year-old and you have a job and now you can't get to your job because look, you have a seizure, your car is taken from you for a period of time. There's so many instances in which these insurance companies, the suits, I like to call them, are making decisions as to what will work for a patient and even overriding something that's already working. Mm-hmm. We should not be letting the suits make these decisions anymore.
And so I always say this, go to whitehouse.gov/greathealthcare and you can read about the plan. You can look for yourself and as well read all of Dr. Mary Mass's great articles. But in the most recent one where President Trump and the White House, they put it out there and they spelled out what you, Dr. Mary Mass, have been talking about for a very long time. And they
must be reading my stuff.
What a coincidence. This is almost verbatim from what Dr. Mary Mass has been saying. But it says the Great Healthcare Plan will end the kickbacks paid by those pharmacy benefit managers, the PBMs, to the large brokerage middlemen that deceptively raise the cost of health insurance. So that's just it. This seems like a no-brainer. I mean, and you've been saying it how many years have you been saying it? But that they should publish the percentage of their revenues, that they should have to list this, much like a menu, etc. So, okay, it all sounds good. It sounds common sense. What should people do, next steps, to make it happen? Because I think the people
First
have
things.
to... Go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I interrupted you. Finish up.
No, you were going there. I was just teasing.
Oh, yeah, it's okay. I know, like we're finishing each other's thoughts. It's getting scary. Maybe we're secretly related. And no, look, there's a lot of people that have been talking about this for a while. So it's not just me. But, I can think of like great people to follow. Dutch Rojas on X, Guy Bai. These are really tremendous people that have been putting up some similar ideas about transparency and funding the patient. And many others. But what can you do first? Well, familiarize yourself with the idea of transparency and what's not transparent. And you might have to jolt yourself out of the idea that your insurance company covers everything. Because if you think about it, if your insurance company is inserting itself into the payment for every instance of care that you are getting, how are they not making it more expensive? So you might have to start taking some of your money yourself and directly paying, perhaps it's going to be in Amazon, in the case of you getting your Dexcom. Perhaps it's going to be paying directly to a direct primary care doctor so that you get better care for yourself, where you have lengthier appointments. Maybe it is going to be directly paying a hospital bill instead of expecting the insurance company to pay for something that occurs at a hospital. Call the hospital and say, hey, what happens if I pay cash here? Asking the same question at the pharmacy counter. So I think we're going to have to divest yourself from the notion that everything is paid for through a big third-party player. I call them players now because they stopped paying, right? Why even call them payers? And we certainly can't call them insurance because when they're managing all the little micro, small day-to-day things that you need for your healthcare, they're not really insurance because insurance is something that you use when you have a disaster.
Do we have time?
And sometimes they're not paying for that.
Do we have time, Dan, to play that Dr. Oz clip? I know we're up against it.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll get the key up.
So I just wanted to get your reaction. There's been so much, Dr. Mass, and I never have enough time with you to pick your brains. Listen, just want you to react on the other side to this.
They realized that they could pay doctors to move people into hospice. The hospice is designed for the last 6 months of your life. It means you're going to die. These hospice programs are created when the most common reason that you enter it is cancer. But these days, not everyone with cancer dies, but also you're putting a lot of people with Alzheimer's and other conditions in there. So it became a little harder to police whether people are going into hospice. But what happens if 100% of the people in hospice survive 6 months? Like nobody dies. And that happens
Doesn't sound like hospice.
Doesn't sound like hospice.
Right.
Doctors are being paid to send people inappropriately to hospice. Now that's a problem, Jan, because if you're put into hospice, you actually give up the rest of your healthcare protection. You no longer get traditional Medicare benefits because you're in hospice, you're dying. So we're not going to pay all these extra expenses for things that aren't going to benefit you because you've decided to pull back. Voluntarily, you've decided that you're not going to go out there and try to get everything done for you possible to help you live longer. You've made peace with the end. But people are put on hospice who don't know it. They don't realize it.
So in that one, Dr. Oz and, even working with U.S. Department of Justice, but what they're talking about is medical fraud being investigated. I know specifically California, but elsewhere in the country, doing these audits and these cracking down on Medicare scams. It's sickening to me that they would use hospice in such a way.
Sure. I mean, well, once again, I can make this personal. I mean, my own father came home and lived in our house right here, where I'm talking from. It's my study right here. And he came home and lived with us on hospice. And it was a very personal decision. And whenever you have that hospice decision, of course, it should be discussed with a patient that's capable of discussing it, right? The idea that you would put someone on hospice and not tell them absolutely outrageous, or not tell their family, like in the case of an Alzheimer's patient. We had hospice care for my mother at her Alzheimer's unit. So in the course of a year and a half, I went through both of those instances with both of my parents, and I was there at the very bitter end. And that was an honor, actually. So I will say that I don't want people, oh no, it's okay. I mean, you're supposed to bury your parents, but we do need to have a very good national conversation on our end of life, because when we have reached the end, we need physicians that are able to tell us, like, hey, here's what your quality of life is going to be.
Right.
But if we have a bunch of crocodile kind of physicians that are looking out for themselves and are getting some kind of kickback through a hospice program, that's a very big problem, and that is absolutely disgusting.
It is. Dr. Mary Mass, love you and can't wait till the next conversation. Make sure you follow her and make sure you read up, because Dr. Mass always does such a great job of explaining everything, what's going on. Thank you, Dr. Mary Mass.
Many thank yous, Dawn. Have a great day.
You
Bye-bye.
too. We're up against it. Quick break. Be right back.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Announcing that gold is now around a record-breaking $4,600 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They are paying top dollar this Monday through Friday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. For more info, go to tmtcashforgold.com.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2, and you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
My name is Dave Jansen. This is my wife, Patricia. And we've started with Crash Proof in 2024.
It's hard to know what would make the stock market fall in the future, but it's nice to know that
we're protected against all those dips that would happen in the marketplace.
With the crash-proof retirement system, we earned 17%. That money is ours. The interest is put in as it's earned. We know that our money is safe and it will continue to grow with the market.
There's no fees taken out of what we made, and we did as well in crash-proof as we would have in the market, and there was no downside.
Crash-proof retirement means to us that our future is bright and we're going to be able to go forward and enjoy our retirement.
Discover how the exclusive crash-proof retirement system can help you grow with the market without risking a penny of your hard-earned nest egg. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 17th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, President Trump is busy. He just put out, so on Truth Social, he writes, CNN just forced to report Donald Trump has a nearly 100% win rate in a Republican primary, Trump primary challenging, and he goes through that one. Then he writes, the Department of Homeland Security and ICE, and this is where I think he was listening to me because I say this every day, they must start talking about the murderers and other criminals that ICE is capturing and taking out of the system. They're saving many innocent lives, thousands of vicious animals in Minnesota alone, which is why the crime stats are nationwide the best ever recorded. Show the numbers, names, and faces of the violent criminals. Show them now. So he's putting that out on Truth Social. And I'm being facetious when I say I know that many of us are saying the same thing. Then he writes 10 minutes ago, President Trump, the whole problem we're having with criminals in our country was caused by sleepy Joe Biden and the radical left thugs that surrounded the resolution. He meant to write the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. And then just moments ago says no single person, I'll bring in Dom Giordano to react to this one, no single person or president has done more for NATO than President Donald J. Trump. If I didn't come along, there would be no NATO right now. It would have been in the ash heap of history, sad but true. Dom Giordano, President Trump, very busy on Truth Social right now.
Well, and tomorrow in Davos, we're going to talk about that a lot, where the world gets together to tell the rest of us how to live. And Trump going there is, I think, giving them the terms of surrender. That's what it's going to be like tomorrow.
Good.
But, Dawn, we have Mark Houck at 1 o'clock today reacting to this. And now we have the head of the group that stormed the church putting up the names of all the people, every single one of them that were there. If Pam Bondi can't do it, put Harmeen Dillon in there. I think that's what I would do if I were President Trump.
Amen. Dom Giordano, great show ahead.
Let your savings take root in 2026 at First Harvest Credit Union. Lock in your savings rate and watch your money grow as you earn 3.4% annual percentage yield with a 15-month share or IRA certificate, or choose a 24-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.15% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to explore these savings options and more, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
If your old heater decides to call it quits in the middle of winter, no biggie. Horizon Heating and Cooling are your local experts at keeping you warm inside while kicking the cold to the curb. We'll be there to help same day with no emergency fees, even on nights and weekends. Horizon even replaces your broken unit the next day with free estimates available. And right now, trade in your old unit and get up to $5,000 toward a new HVAC system installation. So don't let heating issues stress you out. Book horizonservices.com today.
When it comes to iconic snacks, there's a reason Tasty Cake has been a favorite for generations. From peanut butter candy cakes to butterscotch crimpets, Tasty Cake delivers the classics you know and love. Baked fresh and packed with flavor. Perfect for lunch, dessert, or any time in between. Look for Tasty Cake wherever snacks are sold. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
Ready to redefine your home style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you suffer an injury, we will work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Guest, and we all say the same thing, but it was reasonably done. He had ready to go, and he was willing to talk about all of it, including Minnesota, and I was too, indifferent. But just by the number of views on YouTube, etc., we can tell that people, and I got no negative, you should have screamed and all that. So good. Hopefully we'll get on one of these ministers talking about their ministry. And you know where I'll go. I'll ask them, how do they feel about Don Lemon and others storming the church? Now, Pam Bondi, I've had on the show in the past, and I thought was good. I am not on board. I'm not on board, and I've told you this with Kash Patel. I don't care if they're in the cabinet and Trump put them in there or not. I don't think either one has distinguished themselves yet. Harmeet Dillon, maybe more. Now, the alleged holdup, and I'll give some grace on this, but the clock is ticking and going after these people who stormed the church. And we'll play you what Harry Enton, is it Enton? No, it's the other guy, Honig, on CNN said he would have to argue if he were their attorney because based upon the FACE Act, we've talked about this, and Democrats, to get it passed to protect their little abortion centers, they had to put in churches or religious affiliated institutions also that you can't interfere. You can't stop that from going on. They did it. 1996, Clinton era. Mark Houck, who I believe still has his lawsuit ongoing, at 1 o'clock is going to be with us. He's a guy who had a nothing exchange with an abortion, what do they call them, protector. There's some name, guider that bring women into it. And even Larry Krasner didn't charge him. The feds decided to charge him, then raided his house at 7 a.m. on a Sunday morning with long guns and state cops and everything else. And he had 7 kids in the house. The Inquirer was on the side of that raid. I think they're on the side, though, of raiding the church here, too. Without a doubt. These are phony Christians to them. You know it, and I know it. Now, here's an interesting thing. I want to slow down because we'll bring you some sound once available of Mikey Sherrill today being sworn in as governor. But Mikey Sherrill, I believe, has 2 hands. Why am I saying that? Because if she didn't want to be sworn in, or she wanted to be sworn in on the state constitution, the U.S. Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, that's fine. But she chose not to include the Bible. All right, now, this is all planned out. The juices are flowing. I said during the campaign, it's more getting Jack Ciattarelli in there, great guy, and what he would do, rather than being worked up over her, a tepid person at best, even though I differ with her extremely on ideology. But she chose not to be sworn in, NJ.com reporting, on the Bible. I wonder if she's going to be asked about that. Why not be sworn in on the Bible? Why? It's a legitimate question, I think. They make mention of the fact that it's unusual. They don't cite any other governor who did that. So Declaration of Independence, fine. U.S. Constitution, you're not going to follow it. State Jersey Constitution, you're just looking for ways to trash it. But yeah, go ahead, swear in on that. So let's see when the first executive order comes down. I would predict sometime around now on so-called affordability. And her grand scheme, just so you know, to build all those houses. Remember how much we talked about overdevelopment, Medford? People scared to death. What's going to happen? Medford has to have 800 more houses to subsidize the 174 or 6, whatever it is that would be affordable. The grand scheme is Mikey Sherrill wants to take all these vacant malls in New Jersey and turn them into affordable housing. That's apparently the deal. Take all the vacant malls and turn them into housing. So those are a few things right out of the box here. With Don Lemon, his plea is going to be a couple of things. Let me play you the guy from CNN, the lawyer that you often see, and usually I think pretty reasonable. This is cut 23. What would he do, or how does he think this will go? And it just intensifies me saying that the Trump administration has to deliver on this. Now, one of the things Harmeet Dillon, in fairness, mentioned in an interview, this is taking a little bit longer to charge these people and arrest them because they can't use anything at the state level. They have to go federally. Yesterday was Martin Luther King Day, and the federal part is a little bit more cumbersome. All right, I'm taking her at her word. But if we don't see the full force of the federal government on this, then you know what's going to happen. They are going to continue to do this. Here's Honig, the major lawyer over at CNN, talking about what does he see of their chances here and what would he advise them to do? Cut 23.
We are absolutely investigating. Our civil rights unit has already sent experts out to Minneapolis today. The civil rights unit, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the FBI, DHS is investigating this. It's a crime. And so they will face a jury. If they're convicted, they will go to prison.
All right, with us now, CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. And to be fair, we had a discussion yesterday. We were way out ahead on the legality of this, but just remind people what the law says in the FACE Act, which is what apparently the federal government is looking at here.
So there are actually two laws, one of them being the FACE Act, the other being a civil rights law, which says it is a crime to intentionally interfere with another person's free exercise of religion. Rarely used, these laws, but they certainly exist, and the conduct that we see here on its face seems to meet the requirements of those laws. Is it intentional? Sure. Are they interfering with people's exercise of free religion? You see it on these videos. They intentionally went into a private church. So it is met on the face. Now, I do have to say, DOJ ought to think about the other factors. How long was this interruption? Was it brief? Was it long term? It was just a matter of minutes or hours. And second of all, there was no violence used, no injuries. That said, the elements of the laws do seem to be met here.
What does it tell us that the Deputy Attorney General is making clear that the full force of the Civil Rights Division is rushing out to Minnesota to investigate what happened in this church here, while at the same time he says there's no investigation into the killing of Renee Good?
A notable contrast in approaches here. With the church interference, it is all hands on deck. We are going after them. These are crimes. They will be charged. With the shooting of Renee Good, regardless of one might think the ultimate conclusion should be, the approach of DOJ and Todd Blanche has been, we're not even going to look. We're not even going to do an investigation. And as we discussed yesterday, FBI actually opened an investigation, which apparently now has been shuttered. So, yes, definitely some distinction there in the approaches.
Given how clear the law does seem. With
so there's Honig, right? Now, they're going to try to argue, well, how long was the interference? Now, you'll hear Mark Houck. I've already thought of that point because it was a minor tiff with this guy, and Mark Houck's son was with him at the abortion protest over on 12th Street in Philadelphia. And yet they came after him with at least, I believe, several people with long rifles, state cops and others, 7 a.m. raiding his house, knowing 7 kids in there, on a Sunday morning when he had offered to surrender. That's what happened here. And you know the trial, the kangaroo court, et cetera, he was put through, and the jury said, get the hell out of here. That's it. So no. These people have to be made an example of up and down the line. One, this farmer radical guy is the one telling Pam Bondi and the others to bring it on. And as I said, the leader of this radical group, commending all them, puts her name and their names up on her Facebook. It's out there all over the place. So we don't need to be beating the bushes for months. We know most of them, if not all of them, including Don Lemon. But Don Lemon is, I get it. I get why it's so enraging. He's small potatoes here. It's more the leaders of these groups to indict them, to try them, and make them have to defend the full force of federal law, just like Mark Houck had to do over a nothing burger. Democrats put this law in. It is very serious business. You heard him, too. It seems to me there are civil rights violations, not just the FACE Act here. And this is what we voted for. And Pam Bondi, by and large, I'm kind of surprised, has not been all over stuff like this. I can't point to it because today is 1 year into the Trump administration. What is the major gain? What is the major thing that Trump has done? We have a whole list of how he's changed America and changed the global focus. But if you have one throughout the show today, we'd love to hear it. Now we have Meg Brock, our caller of the year 1 year. Our person of the year, not caller, person of the year, a few years back, who is on to something again. How much money is being spent and was spent in Pennsylvania of taxpayer dollars for so-called gender-affirming care? Mediaite and others asked all the candidates, as far as we know, there's like 15 of them, for the Democrat nomination, things like, can a man become a woman? And also, they asked them about somebody who's trans or identifying playing against girls. Josh Shapiro, once again, thinks he's beyond clever. This guy is a piece of work. He answered, I refer you to what I said in an Atlantic article. And there he said, and this is what Democrats do when they have nothing else. Josh Shapiro said those decisions should not be left up to politicians. Whoa, wait a minute. They're the people elected to office, Josh. They're the ones with the power. They should be, he says, with local officials who can determine the rules of competition. How about Title IX, Josh? Doesn't that get in the way of this? And he didn't answer about the man becoming a woman. But his argument is, he really is all over the place on this. His argument is it should be people like the PIAA and others. They should decide it, or the local officials. Who are these officials he's talking about? He said, we have that in place in Pennsylvania. They decide whether you can compete or not. Oh, really? It shouldn't be by law. How about the Fairness in Women's Sports Act? How about having that up to a vote at least? Then we'll determine what happens. He also talks about the fact how difficult it must be to be born in the wrong body. Then he goes on to say, though, I don't want somebody having an unfair advantage over girls. I mean, this guy is a master class. He is the all-time political animal. Even people at the national level you hear about, this guy is in their class and beyond. You got to sit and marvel at what this guy does. And that's why beating him is so paramount here in Pennsylvania. All right, side question today. I happened to tell Henry yesterday, I saw a guy who arguably was one of the 1, 2, or 3 greatest knuckleballers of all time. You don't see the knuckleball as much anymore. But if you can throw a knuckleball, and you have a little bit of arm speed, they might take a chance on you because it is unhittable. Now, you have to put it over the plate occasionally. So we thought it's a pretty unusual path to get to the big leagues, or if you're to kind of reinvent yourself. Think about that. Pitchers who maybe have lost a little arm speed, And they reinvent themselves with a trick pitch. This is the ultimate. So I think the guy won 20 games 3 or 4 times. So he wasn't just a guy who threw a knuckleball and that was it. We are looking for somebody who chose a different career path. In other words, they pivoted. By the way, apparently there's a knuckleball academy because there's demand to make it to the major leagues. Why not try the knuckleball? All right, I'm going to take off Ronald Reagan. It was a punchline to think that Ronald Reagan, a lot more than Trump. Trump had talked about it and all that. But Ronald Reagan was in those bonzo films, with a chimpanzee, a monkey. He did at least one of those. And he was a fading Hollywood star. When O'Reilly begins his book, he talks about how he was appearing at the Frontier Casino in Vegas to a crowd of like 10 people at one point. And then suddenly he's governor and he's leading the charge nationally and he's an overwhelming presidential candidate. And he ends up being among, in many respects, the 5 greatest presidents ever. What? Ronald Reagan? My own personal, to go from teaching to this, was a bit of an unusual path that we often talk about. Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, so I got 2 I'll take off
Go
the
ahead.
board today.
Yeah.
How about Ina Garten? Before becoming the Barefoot Contessa, where she owned that store and then later her own cooking show, she worked in the White House Office of Management and Budget.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Isn't that quite a career change? I mean, like, this White House stuff isn't working out for me. I can't do this day to day.
I think the other female, the female that was the French cooking thing, didn't start any of that till she was 60. The one that's the most famous.
Julia Child?
Julia Child, yeah.
Yeah, and that was another one. That's a great movie, Julia and Julia. Shout out, Amy Adams. The other one I'm going to take off the board here is Coco the Clown. He was a man that would entertain children at children's parties and also taught physical education. But then he was like, you know what? I think I want to take up acting, and I think I want to use... Oh, man.
That's pretty tough. Yeah, I once saw his schedule. And if that's what you have to do, wow, it's crazier than I would do.
I mean, you got to look superhuman. I mean, you're freaking Wolverine. You
yeah,
got to be
I
shredded
realize,
like
but
that.
I mean, the 2 o'clock wake up, then trying to go back to sleep after lifting for an hour.
Tough.
That's not easy. All right, Sean, do you have one?
Yeah, I got 2.
Okay.
The first one I'm gonna go with is he's a WWE wrestler. It's gonna be Brock Lesnar. He actually was a former NFL player, and then he wound up deciding on not saying that football was his thing. He wound up going to the WWE, then went to UFC, then came back to the WWE. Now, I don't know where he's at currently, but I think he's still working for the WWE.
I saw
right?
he's like he might be, but I saw his daughter throws like shot put for Colorado State too, and looks just like
look 100% like her. And then my second person is gonna be probably the biggest, most well-known Disney character that I ever knew, Miley Cyrus, a.k.a. Hannah Montana.
Yeah.
She was one of the most successful Disney characters and then wound up being a pretty interesting artist currently.
The 2013 VMAs, shaving the head,
Yes.
the whole wrecking ball thing.
Well, it's a little bit more than that, too. I remember when she did the whole thing, and it was a big discussion. She was a safe zone as Hannah Montana. Suddenly, she did the picture nude in bed with bedhead from being in there, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it was like, uh-oh. I think she was 14 and or 15, something like that.
Yeah. Oh, man.
They were talking to father. Maybe the head mullet went to his head or something.
Thanks, Flabbit Miley.
Yes. All right. So 855-839-1210. Your thoughts, too, on not being sworn in on the Bible. Mikey Sherrill, you could include the Bible, don't you think? Because, Mikey, what the hell do you think informed those 3 documents? Well, I don't know. The state constitution of New Jersey, the way it is now, what informs them is corruption and God knows what. Maybe atheism. But the U.S. Constitution and certainly the Declaration were informed by a theocracy, at least by the underpinnings of that. Judeo-Christian, too. It doesn't have to be just Christian. Why was the Bible left out? She was sending a message. She's telling you this is going down Broadway in Jersey. And the people who went, I don't know, I hate Trump, or maybe I think she's going to tax me. Well, you're going to get it in Medford. You voted for Medford Lakes. You voted for her. Start Do I hear the hammering out there? I'm looking over at Medford. I hear the hammering. They're building the affordable homes in Medford. You deserve it. Every one of these 250 towns did not vote for her. But the others that did, you deserve it. 855-839-1210.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. At Barlow, we believe that family comes first, and so does the ride that gets you there. Whether it's the elegant design of the Buick Enclave or the power and confidence of the GMC Sierra, we've got the perfect vehicle to start your year right. This new year, enjoy incredible savings, honest pricing, and dedicated service. Visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Call 811 if you have some groundwork to do. Utilities are under you, and it's all good until they spew. Oops, now all on your lawn. It smells like a porta-john. Should've just called 811. It's a real human stinky bomb.
Call 811 before you dig and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For more info, visit pa1call.org.
Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Trust and Will.
My dad and I were always close, but some things we just didn't talk about, like his will. After he was gone, we found out he didn't have one, and it created a lot of stress during a time of grief.
Creating a will can be hard to think about, but avoiding it can lead to greater difficulty for the people you love. That's why Trust and Will makes estate planning simple. Create a will online in as little as 30 minutes.
Now, I have a will in place to make sure my loved ones are protected. With Trust and Will, it was easy and affordable, and I got peace of mind knowing my wishes are clear.
Trust and Will.
Get 20% off when you visit trustandwill.com/plan. That's trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Dom Show, 855-839-1210. An unusual term, unusual career path. That's the side question today. Mikey Sherrill, and I'm just looking at the prepared remarks here. Taking shots, Trump administration, chaos, the usual. We're going to be fighting them. Talking about so-called affordability again. I gave you the gigantic idea. Take those malls, make them more affordable housing, but affordable housing will be a centerpiece, Medford Lakes. Just picking on you because you guys went nuts when it became clear what they're going to do. Jack Ciattarelli would have fought that to the death. But you hate Trump. So there. Just let them put 800 homes in Medford. I'll call out every one of these towns in our area as we go through that voted for her, because 250 did not. All right, it's 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Great stuff from our buddy Scott Jennings, particularly with this kid who is from the school in Florida where that major shooting happened. There's at least 2 or 3 of them that are out there on the speaker circle now. And they were talking about, he's telling Scott Jennings in this clip, Henry, and I don't know why this one I can't find. I see one Jennings. It's the one where he's telling him, you can't be using illegal immigrants anymore. All right, we'll find that one here in a second. Under the guise that, you have that, okay, he's trying to make the point. Here's the newest narrative out there. Well, ICE is not just arresting people that are here illegally. They're arresting people that are legal American citizens. Here's how it sounded.
Illegals as if they're only targeting. How about the government comes clean if you're saying they're doing that? Doesn't seem like they're doing that. Their actions do not speak
I recognize,
to those words.
I recognize
you don't
you
get to
haven't
say the
reviewed
word
all the material
illegals anymore. But you have.
I don't.
The percentage.
Who are you to tell me what I can and can't? I've never met you, brother. Listen. I can say whatever I want. They're illegal aliens, and that's what the law calls them, illegal aliens. That's what I'm going to call them. As for our conversation, we had a really reasonable debate last week, and you made an impassioned plea for cooperation. The feds are begging for cooperation. And by the way, they're getting
not
it.
Begging.
They're getting it in states and cities all over the country,
then why
and
not
it's
tell
working.
Us that? If
it's
the Fed
working.
is begging for
It's
cooperation from the governor of Minnesota, why not let the people know instead of jacking up the force?
Quick last word, Cameron. They're getting a break.
Listen, you can't say illegals anymore because ICE is directly targeting legal citizens of this country. And How
are you going to enforce your edict on me, just out of curiosity?
Listen, I understand.
But just listen to his point about illegals.
No, I want to know why he gets to instruct
You're
my
changing the topic.
Hang on.
I want to know.
You're making a point
making an
about
emotional
people being
plea.
arrested. Go
I
ahead.
understand that your job is predicated on just getting increasingly more demented every single week, and that the audience comes back to see if perhaps
make your point.
My point is that you're saying the word illegals, but you don't even really know what's happening. Or actually, I think you do, and you're doing this on purpose. But
yes,
the truth
because
is,
I want the law enforced.
They are not just targeting illegal immigrants. They are targeting natural-born U.S. citizens.
They are not.
That is a fact. You cannot deny that. I mean, you can on national television.
They are
deny
not.
facts all the time.
They
You've
are
done it a
not.
couple times in this very episode.
I still want to know how you're going to enforce your language.
We'll take that up.
How are we going to enforce it?
We're going to take that up in the break. Coming up.
You see what Jennings does there? That's brilliant. Once you step in it, as this kid did, he's going to go back to it. And he's going to go back to it again because you know and he knows you stepped in it. How are you going to enforce this? I can't say illegal aliens. Oh, my God. So I guess this is the latest angle now. That these are legal citizens, many of them that are being arrested by ICE. Is it coming to Philadelphia? We saw the protesters today block ICE, 8th and Cherry. It was freezing out, so they gave way at a certain point. But are we going to see this type of action now? Will that become the staging point? It looks to be a pretty small garage. That's where all the state and city offices are, around 8th and Cherry, around that area. All right, Dan in Richboro, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dan.
Hey, Dom. How are you? Thank you for taking my call.
You're welcome.
You know, the governor over Mikey Sherrill, I think it's a great idea to take those dilapidated malls and make them affordable housing, because at least it keeps them out of my neighborhood.
Oh, there you go. That's right. Let's do that with the malls. Medford, get behind that. Do it to the malls, not to Medford. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Medford is a really, to my upscale, it's certainly upper middle class place to live. I don't know much more about that, but I wouldn't want somebody at Section 8 living across the street from me.
Well, apparently they do in Medford because they voted for Mikey Sherrill, and they're going to put 800 more homes in there to subsidize 171 that are going to be, quote, affordable housing.
And as you say all the time, what are these people smoking in the suburbs?
Yeah, exactly. They just don't recognize the consequence, Dan, until it happens, and then they seem to forget about it the next time. Who's your career path change?
Well, Margaret Thatcher was originally trained as a chemist and then became a lawyer, but then was the prime minister from 1979 to 1999 of England.
That's a great one. All-time great prime minister. And hairdo. The hair. Margaret Thatcher's hair, man. That structure, how they got that going every day. It's almost Trumpian. All right, coming up, our person of the year a few years back, Meg Brock, investigator for the Daily Caller nationally. Great story. How much have we spent and how much are we continuing to spend on so-called gender-affirming care in Pennsylvania? Taxpayer money. That's next on Talk Radio 1210.
For 100 years, Edelman's in Jenkintown has been the name families trust when it's time to sell gold, silver, and coins. A fourth-generation family-owned business built on fairness, honesty, and treating every customer with true respect. At Edelman's, you'll always get a clear, no-pressure offer. Their best offer first. Sell your gold jewelry, bullion, or coins with confidence at Edelman's. Visit edelmanscoins.com or call 215-572-6480. Edelman's, where fairness has been our family tradition for 100 years.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Trust and Will.
My dad and I were always close, but some things we just didn't talk about, like his will. After he was gone, we found out he didn't have one, and it created a lot of stress during a time of grief.
Creating a will can be hard to think about, but avoiding it can lead to greater difficulty for the people you love. That's why Trust and Will makes estate planning simple. Create a will online in as little as 30 minutes.
Now, I have a will in place to make sure my loved ones are protected. With Trust and Will, it was easy and affordable, and I got peace of mind knowing my wishes are clear.
Trust and Will.
Get 20% off when you visit trustandwill.com/plan. That's trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right. It is Dom time. Welcome in. I'm looking over, before we go to Meg, I'm looking over Mikey Sherrill saying she was not surprised by the election results. You know what? How about a little generosity? Couldn't you say, yeah, I thought this would be a tight, hard-fought battle, but I'm thrilled that people gave me a mandate or something. No, I'm not surprised. And she actually gets a chuckle by bringing up the Taylor ham pork roll thing again. Oh, my God. There we go. Yeah, I won. So remember that when what was it? She said, I don't like all this crap anyhow.
She didn't like it any. Like she was like, what do you call it? And she's like, I don't care. I don't eat it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's in Jersey. This is like a prime thing. Well, Dom, I thought you were a pescatarian. Hey, I want to win. Give me that pork roll in front of me. All right, former caller of the year who's made good. I feel like this is America's Got Talent. We saw it early on here in Bucks County, and she's succeeding big time. A lot of investigations at the Daily Caller. Headline, Unearthed Data Makes Pennsylvania's Puberty Blocker Payouts Look Even Sketchier. Megan Brock, now investigative reporter, Pennsylvania, saw this meteoric rise in the number of adolescents receiving puberty blockers and claiming precocious puberty. It's being investigated, just so you know, big time here. You know, I'm not saying this is like the Somali fraud, but let's go to Meg Brock. Meg, Happy New Year. It's a thing here. We say Happy New Year forever when we haven't seen you in a while. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you too, Dom. Thank you so much for having me.
And you can find us right now. Meg is with us, youtube.com/1210WPHT, youtube.com/1210WPHT. So, Meg, how often do you write for Daily Caller? It's when you find something? Is that how it works?
Yeah, I always have a bunch of things kind of in the pipeline, and we're just kind of taking it one day at a time. There's a lot of stuff out there to be investigated, particularly about gender ideology and the transgender medical complex.
Yeah, well, this one, which we'll get to in a moment, revolves around fake, calling it precocious puberty. But I wanted to ask you, so I don't forget. Josh Shapiro was asked by Mediaite, and he was one of the three that responded on questions about male and female sports, something you and I have talked about, and you've been brilliant on this whole thing in Bucks County. And he referred them to an interview he gave in which he said, that shouldn't be up to politicians. In Pennsylvania, we have that under control. It's up to local officials that are involved with sports. What do you think of that answer?
I mean, in my mind, Josh Shapiro is a radical transgender activist. I mean, I think it was about a year ago, there was a clip of him promising with a group of activists to continue to, quote unquote, protect trans rights. So, I mean, I think that Josh Shapiro is a politician. I mean, I think he's a good politician. And, we know that when he was attorney general, and even now as the governor of Pennsylvania, he continues to represent the state on amicus briefs that are trying to prolong so-called gender affirming care. I call it sex rejecting interventions now for children, such as surgeries, puberty blockers, hormones, all that stuff. So I think that actions speak louder than words, and that Josh Shapiro's actions have been extremely clear on this issue, that he is absolutely in favor of having men and women's sports, and it's really a travesty.
And he actually said, too, Meg, well, it's tough on these kids being born in the wrong body. Right there is the tell of where he's going to go.
I mean, I would ask him, that we know that there are males and females. There's two different reproductive organs, two different reproductive cells, ovum and sperm. If he has discovered a third reproductive cell, he should really let us all know. That's what I would say to Josh Shapiro. I'd love to know that.
It would be a good debate. So you went back somehow or another, and you got tipped off for your research. You see this billing code for precocious puberty between Jan 1, 2013, December 31st, 2024, costing taxpayers in Pennsylvania, just this item, $1.8 million. What's the thing that we're duking it out here over? What is it that might be fraudulent with this?
Yeah, so the Department of Justice back in June issued more than 20 subpoenas to providers of sex rejecting procedures for children. And there's been, I don't know how much you've covered this, but there's an ongoing legal battle over most of these subpoenas. And judges across the country, typically, so far that I've read, ones that were appointed by Obama, by Biden in very progressive districts, are ruling against the Department of Justice getting these documents that in their investigation of potential fraud amongst pediatric gender clinics. And one of the things in some of these documents they brought up is these spikes they've seen at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, at Boston Children's Hospital, in a starting puberty blockers with a starting diagnosis of precocious puberty, which that is early puberty. So standard puberty is typically, ages could be as young as 8 in girls, usually by age 10, which is where a lot of this data has kind of had a center focus. By age 10, the experts I spoke to, even just for this piece, most people recognize that that's considered normal puberty. So precocious puberty is really going to be puberty when it starts before age 8 in girls, before age 9 in boys, and that's even being pretty conservative. So obviously when you see a child who's receiving puberty blockers, which are medications that pause, quote unquote, pause puberty, and you see it with a diagnosis of precocious puberty at age 10, well, obviously that raises some questions about the legitimacy of those diagnoses. So having read that in the subpoenas from the DOJ, I did a little research on my own and was looking into some of the numbers in Pennsylvania.
Is it ongoing now? Is this pause? Are we doing taxpayer money for gender-affirming care still?
Well, I mean, I'm sure you heard that there was the big announcement on December 18th that HHS is saying they want to stop all Medicaid funding of it.
Right.
I mean, I think ultimately every move that President Trump and his administration have taken is being challenged in court. So obviously the executive orders or the moves they're making are going to be challenged in courts. That being said, there are many clinics throughout the country that have announced that they are pausing their child sex rejection interventions like surgeries, like puberty blockers, because they're concerned about their funding. The Trump administration has taken many steps to stop it, and I think it's fantastic what they've done. I think that there's still a long battle ahead in terms of how long these changes last and if they're really here to stay.
So, Meg, the idea is this: if it's sketchy, if this is fraudulent, they're trying to get it under this in order to avoid what the real goal is here of what they're doing, meaning this would be necessary, except it's past the age where this would be precocious.
Correct. Yes, that's what several doctors told me. Another doctor told me too that it is unusual, or even with what the DOJ called suspicious or raises suspicions. It's unusual to see a spike of a diagnostic code. So there were no puberty blocker prescriptions with the diagnosis code of early puberty. This specific code E30.1. There are several codes you can use, but for this specific code, there was no reimbursements from 2010 to 2012. And then all of a sudden there was this sharp spike. And one doctor said, that's something you would expect to see in an infectious disease. Say think about COVID. Nobody was using COVID billing codes, and then COVID came, so you're going to have this sharp increase. But you wouldn't expect it to see it in an endocrine disease, which is considered stable in the population. So every year there's a predictable number of kids who are going to be diagnosed with precocious puberty because it's kind of like a stable number within the population. So it is surprising. And again, it really, for me, writing this and reading this, I think it really raises questions about why the DOJ's investigation is so important. One of the things that the clinics across the country have alleged is that they're asking for information that would not protect patient privacy. I don't know all the specifics about that, but I have spoken to people who said a lot of these subpoenas seem to be within reason of what you would expect. All that to say, someone with precocious puberty, if they truly have precocious puberty at age 10, you would expect to see certain tests, certain clinical assessments. So it would be pretty open the book, close the book in terms of whether or not the code was used fraudulently.
Meg, we see the fraud in Somalia, in Minnesota, Somalia, where they're going to go to California next. Your thought, because you've been investigating tons of stuff, starting in Bucks County and that long trail when they shut down the schools again. Your sense of fraud, say, in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, what's your sense of it?
I mean, I can't really speak specifically to any other situation, but I will say that when you lift up a rock, you usually find something underneath of it. So, I mean, what I've learned over the past 5 years is that I'm very skeptical of anyone when there's lots of money involved. I think human nature tells us that people tend to be narcissistic, and we definitely have a huge problem of fraud within our government. And I think that Minnesota is probably the tip of the iceberg. I would imagine that similar things are happening all across the country.
Now, I was hoping maybe you'd be headed home with the big race, the congressional race, with one of your foils, Bob de Grasse Harvey.
Oh, yeah, Bob Harvey. Yeah, well, I was very, very thankful that this summer that I did, at least after 3 years, win the argument that the commissioners have acted in bad faith.
Yeah, exactly.
That was
right.
a big win. It was a big win, and we'll see what happens.
Well, Meg, where do we find you? Where's the best place? Daily Caller, your exclusive unearthed data makes Pennsylvania puberty blocker payouts look even sketchier. Where do we find you?
You can find me at the Daily Caller News Foundation, dailycaller.com, and at Twitter, my handle is Meg E. Brock, MEGEBROCK.
Meg, thank you. It's always great to reunite here. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you, Dom.
All right, there's Meg Brock, who was the Person of the Year, local Person of the Year a few years back. Again, can you imagine suddenly this spike, 1,000,000% spike on this precocious puberty? And we're not supposed to say, wait a minute, how are they doing? Why are they doing this? To be evasive, to do exactly what they're going to continue to do. All right, phone lines, hit us on the side question, 855-839-1210. Meg, Mikey Sherrill says, we go home and speak different languages in New Jersey. Well, that's fine, Mikey. It's the language in the public square that we ought to speak English. In this election, I learned that in South Jersey, they pronounce Taylor ham pork roll. Well, we all go home at night and hug our kids and worry about them. We worry about our parents. We worry about ourselves. But because we live here, we refuse to give in to fear or despair, meaning Jersey. I'll give you a little bit more from today's speech about affordability. We're waiting for the executive actions and about Trump. Your calls, though, too, are next. 855-839-1210.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
Backed by popular demand, it's the Friends and Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 35% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Announcing that gold is now around a record-breaking $4,600 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They are paying top dollar this Monday through Friday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. For more info, go to tmtcashforgold.com.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Retirement. Exciting, but also kind of scary. How do you create that paycheck to do everything you want to do? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The snow and ice from the weekend storms will be around for a while thanks to frigid temps. New Jersey officially swearing in Governor-elect Mikey Sherrill this morning. And Tyrese Maxey follows his all-star nod with 29 points, 8 assists, and 8 steals in the Sixers win over the Pacers.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Mikey Sherrill in a delusional state talking about somebody's making it where the kids of the future can't live in New Jersey. Who's been running it, Mikey? Who's been running it year after year after year? Yeah, but there are other forces outside. They're not letting us do what we want to do in New Jersey to make it affordable. All right, this is going to be, I'm still can't get over the Bible. Oh, no, we can't have a Bible here. Are you kidding me? This is a new day. We're not, we had to pretend before. We had to put that Bible there to pretend. I'm not pretending. No Bible there. And it was nice to see her husband there. Maybe he whispered in her ear, Mikey, here's how we made that $6 million. Remember that when she did the morning show in New York, the big radio show, African-American station? Well, I just leave it to my husband. I don't know anything about all that money. But I have to run a budget of billions of dollars in Jersey. My husband handles all that. Go and see him. Bring him in. Let's talk to him about how we traded all that stock, committees I sit on, and everything else. All right, so this is going to be a wild ride, and it could be worse than Phil Murphy in that Phil Murphy, this woman has more energy, more attention to craziness to make her mark than Phil Murphy did. As bad as he was, there will be a lot more of that ideology coming from her. All right. 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question. As I said, the clock is ticking. We have the list of the people who invaded the church, not just Don Lemon, but all these others. They were happy. They put their list up on Facebook. Hopefully, I would give them to the end of the week before we have charges. It should not take that long, given even federal court, that we have everything we need. We have ample video footage of this. And at least on the FACE Act, it's incredibly violative, if not other civil rights violations. And I think one of the things people most thought, calling these people white supremacists, we'll play you that, because they're in this church, and going after the kids, screaming in the face of kids and others. They're a mob. They're out of control, and we saw the first signs of it here in Philadelphia today, blocking the ICE facility at 8th and Cherry. They dispersed a bit when the police came there to let the vehicle in and out. But I would predict the next action, they're not going to do that. So what is it people in Philadelphia are going to say? Now, look, I despise, and I'm not blaming the average cop, so I want to be clear. I despise the actions of the Philadelphia police. Yeah, you heard me right when it comes to unions and their nonsense. You ever have to deal with that? You may have in Philadelphia. And again, the cops are under orders. I'm talking about the policy here. If they shut something down, you try to block traffic, you try to do that. Unions and the rest of them. Unions have been particularly violent, and they revel in it. I've been through this fight for years, back and forth with Johnny Dock and others. It's ridiculous. And I think the same sort of stuff will be extended to these anti-ICE mobs. Although these ministers today, with the police there, did let the vehicle in, then they went back to their traditional stance here. So is this coming to Philadelphia? I've said it many times. You can't depend upon the police or anybody else if you have a union opposing you in Philadelphia and blocking and doing, but they get away with it. And again, I want to be clear. It's not the average cop. It's the mentality in Philadelphia. Now, Sherelle Parker has done a good job so far containing this when it comes to Trump. We'll see. All right, coming up, Mark Houck. Haven't spoken with him in a while. Remember what he and his family went through, and that's a few years now. How are the kids doing? His thoughts on the FACE Act. And again, they came after him with the full. Well, I was reading an interview he did somewhat recently about that on a Sunday morning. He's next to lay it out on Talk Radio 1210.
A new year is the perfect time to look around your home, especially the kitchen and bathrooms you use every day, and think about a refresh. That's where Kitchen Magic comes in. They're a family-owned company crafting quality American-made kitchens and baths since 1979, and they make the process simple from start to finish. Right now, enjoy 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing and 50% off bathroom installations, plus the opportunity to lock in current pricing. Start the year with a home that looks better and works better. Visit kitchenmagic.com today.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Score the winning touchdown at Borgata during the $700,000 home field hangout drawing. Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners to get $25,000 to create your dream home theater. Drawings every Saturday. Grand prize drawing January 31st. Score big during home field hangout. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
All right, it is Dom time. Big issues, big guest. Remember the story of Mark Houck and his family. Nothing more riveting than what happened there. And with what we saw, the invasion of this church by Don Lemon, but more by this group of radicals, all who have been named, thought it was a good time to catch up with Mark because he was a victim of the just ferocious overkill of this act. It's all about saying, essentially, you can't protest at an abortion clinic in any way, shape, or form. That's how I read it. So wouldn't you think people who wrote this act, that side, you'd be equally disturbed about interfering with worship? I mean, after all, it's constitutional. Let's go to Mark Houck on the Dom Giordano Show. Hey, Mark, welcome back. Good to talk with you today.
Great to be with you, Dom. Again, yeah, happy to be on the program and once again talk about the FACE Act.
Yeah, exactly. So for listeners who don't remember, you had this minor difference with a guy essentially there on the front lines. I forget what these guys are called that bring women in. Your son was there with you, and nothing happened. Even Larry Krasner, I'm shocked at that still to this day, Mark, didn't want to do anything. And yet the full force of the federal and somewhat the state government one Sunday morning came to your house.
Yeah, it was a nothing burger. It was a non-issue in the city of Philadelphia. Everything was dismissed in state court there. And then ultimately the government picked it up because they saw the writing on the wall with the Dobbs decision. And then that you saw their agenda weaponizing the DOJ coming after pro-lifers after Roe's overturned. So using the FACE Act as their main tool to indict people.
I believe there are some others. You at least had outstanding legal help in a great case. And also the overkill of this, I think, played in the mind, certainly, on a Sunday morning. Your 7 kids there. I went back and listened to your interview on that. But some people have been sentenced to pretty severe sentences for actions around abortion clinics, and I'm not talking about violence or anything.
Yeah, sure. I mean, look, first of all, these are pro-life people. They're peaceful people, and they're demonstrating civil disobedience, and obviously they're willing to go into abortuaries and sit and talk to women that are abortion-minded, abortion-determined, and give them information, and they're being charged. So obviously, they really aren't doing anything wrong other than the ones that were maybe blocking the doors at some places. But, yeah, very peaceful, very prayerful, usually singing hymns. They're not trying to, disturb people's peace overall. But obviously it was used against them, and they did face severe fines and time in prison. And some were put in prison, like Joan Andrews locally here, Paul Vaughn from Tennessee. They put me up for 11 years on false charges, but I was acquitted. Only one.
Yeah, we'll get to your continuing lawsuit, too. So, Mark, someone who's been through it is different than I guess, and I want severe punishment for this. I don't know about 11 years for what they did. But I think jail time is necessary for so many reasons of what was done here, how egregious this was, and also the very people that are prosecuting on the front end of this, as a compromise, they had to put in you can't attack religious ceremonies just to get the votes. So when you watch this, what do you think ought to be done if convicted?
Right. Well, I mean, there's great confusion with the right to freedom of speech and, of course, the right to religious worship, for religious liberty. So, to come into a sanctuary, and we call it sanctuary for that reason in our churches, because it's inviolate. You cannot invade that sacred space. And so if you're going to protest, you protest outside the building. You don't go into the building. So, just like they did with the J6ers, they took their faces on video and they indicted these people. Well, they should do the same thing with these people. They should indict them. I don't think they need a raid on their home. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. If they're going to cooperate, we said to the feds we would come in peacefully if you wanted to indict us. If they're going to say that, then great, bring them in peacefully. Obviously, a warrants need to be served if that's the case. If they're not doing that, but no one needs to have a heavy raid on their home like I did. That was ridiculous. But yeah, I was facing 11 years in prison for one act of against the FACE Act. It'll give you 1 year in prison. So if it's your first felony charge, you would get 1 year in prison. If it's your second felony charge, then you can get up to 10 years in prison.
Wow. Yeah. So take us through a little bit. And wanted to ask you, I know you and your wife were on it with the 7 kids, counseling, et cetera. How long has it been since that raid, and how has that worked out?
Right. Well, it was 3 years next week since the trial, since the acquittal, and then from the raid, September 23rd, 2022. So we just went past 3 years, 3.5 years, and we're still unpacking it. I mean, it's pretty profound on a spiritual level alone, but when you're dealing with children and PTSD, you never know how these things are going to manifest themselves when it comes to triggers with their trauma, and sometimes that's just with sirens, right? For me alone, it's with sirens. I get heart palpitations. So, you never know how the kids are going to respond. They've been resilient up to this point. They're obviously evaluated by us as parents, and we continue to monitor that. And if they need help, we give them the help that they need. Psychotherapy or therapy-wise. But yeah, right now the kids are doing well and thriving, so praise the Lord for that.
Well, absolutely, because, again, no need to do this, as you said, and no need to do it at around 7 a.m., and no need to have people with heavy-duty weapons and apparently pointed toward the kids. And I think I went back and listened to an interview, and they said you were trying to evangelize the agents on the way to jail. Is that true?
Well, sure. We had an hour drive from Kitnersville, Bucks County, and what are you going to do? You in season and out of season. You talk about God, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I do. So it was a perfect opportunity.
And you seem to say too, these guys are following orders. I mean, it's the system that goes on here to engage in this.
No, that's what the Nazis said, right? We're just following orders. But they got to be accountable, right? Everybody had a choice the day of my raid. Everyone had a choice to be there. And some of those, and we tell our kids, some of those agents and troopers and cops, they made a bad choice that day. We also have met over the last 3 years people that were invited to that raid, state troopers who said, hey, I'm not going to do that. So they had the free will to decide, and they saw the writing on the wall that this was not necessary. So, some guys made a bad decision that day.
So the lawsuit, Mark, for listeners coming out of this, what's the thrust of your lawsuit?
Right. Well, we were, unjust prosecution there. We have a lawsuit that was put forward. And essentially it was ruled in the Third Circuit that the government had every right to do what they did, that the Third Circuit judge, an activist judge in Philadelphia said, no, they have every right to do that. So sadly, that was the ruling after about a year of litigating that. But ultimately we appealed it. So thankfully, with a friendly Trump administration in office, they weren't willing to let it go to an appeal because we would have lost anyway. You need 2 out of 3 judges to disagree with that judge, and that's not going to happen. So thankfully, the Trump administration is working with us to come to a financial settlement because they recognize that it was egregious and should never have happened.
Was it Beetlestone? Was that the judge in Philadelphia you're referencing?
It was Judge Diamond is the judge that in the federal, and he's at the end of his time. I mean, he's in his 70s. He's been on the bench a long time, but he was the one that ruled.
Okay. Well, Mark, do we follow you on Twitter, and are you still out there at abortion clinics, or how's your practice now? How is your evangelizing? Where do you do that?
Sure. I'm there every Wednesday at 12th and Locust. I'll be there tomorrow. So, yeah, we continue. TheKingsmen.org is my ministry, and we continue to do what we do. And, it doesn't change. Once I was acquitted, I was out there the following week. So, it is what we're called to do, and we just continue to follow that call. And people can go onto my website if they want to learn more.
Absolutely. And Mark, no politics at this point?
Well, always open to that call if necessary. Right now, nothing at this point. But we're not running for Congress again unless I get struck by lightning. So,
well, you don't know how I've enjoyed this, and it seems to be coming to a somewhat happy ending. And it's amazing that the FACE Act, of all things, which is egregious on the front end, may be so direct that something's going to be done here with what was done in this church thing. As I remember, that was the compromise. All right, we want to get this over the hill. We can't do it just on abortion clinics. People are not going to say you're getting put in jail forever on that. So we'll throw in the religious part. Well, here we are.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. I mean, look, it's a basic civics here. We got to keep our freedom of speech outside the building. And, it was a throw-in. It was a compromise for the conservatives with Ted Kennedy, right? Okay, let's get the churches and places of worship included in this. And, we're trying to repeal that with Chip Roy and all, but I tell you, at this point, it should be applied across the board, and it should be used against these anti-ICE protesters in Minnesota. It should certainly be used. That's what it was designed for. So while not applied initially that way, here we are.
Hey, Mark, are you, because, again, you are a peaceful guy, but you're not a guy to fool around with, I believe, just knowing you a little bit. I'm amazed, and maybe it's just this church, where I grew up, South Philly, King of Peace, the Holy Name guys. I don't think you're coming into the church and terrorizing kids like that.
Yeah, look. There's been a lot of security detail over the last couple of years with churches and stuff, and there's a lot of security detail, and I'm not at liberty to say who's on those details or not, but they're in place to prevent people from coming in and doing harm. And you remember the shootings in Texas, and that's where that all began. So we do have a lot of that in place. Certain churches do. And so if they came into my church, they're going to have to deal with that detail that is there to protect the people.
Good to hear it. Mark, thank you very much. Anytime we want to hear from you. Thank you for joining us.
All right, Dom, anytime. God bless.
I thank you, Mark. And I admire him, Henry, because we've had go-arounds when he was running for office, and I just said, look, Brian Fitzpatrick, oh, my God, how many endpoints do we have? But I told him, and I stick by this, he is a man of conviction, and he is definitively pro-life up and down the line. And his stance, we talked about it, and I admire him. He can't compromise on it. You can't be elected in Pennsylvania. You're not going to be elected. You have no shot. So do we lose the seat? And I admire him as a person on that and the work that he does. But that doesn't mean you should be the nominee. How do we always come back to Brian Fitzpatrick? It never ends. Then Jackie Heinrich is on the scene. It's just endless. How's that going, getting Brian back on the show, Henry?
You know what? I haven't followed up in a while.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Mike say we had Mark Halko on today. What the heck? We thought you might come on. All right. 855. He gave an interview to Philadelphia Magazine in which he went after Trump and lacking moral clarity. I didn't mention it until now, but I'll mention it. All right, get in on the side question. You heard Mark Halk, and the clock is ticking. I would say by the end of this week, there ought to be enough evidence to indict at least the major figures here. I'm not talking about Don Lemon. I think he's indictable too. I'm talking about this farmer radical who leads this and the woman on Facebook who put all the names of the people that were there and what they were going to do. They clearly are violating the FACE Act. And you heard Mark lay it out. It was a compromise, Bill Clinton. We're going to put that in. Really, we want to nail people bothering people at abortion clinics or protesting. So what are we going to do? All right, we'll put in the churches. That'll never happen. So we'll put it in. That's a compromise. Well, here we are. And I have faith until proven otherwise in Harmeen Dillon, but Pam Bondi, there's a lot of difficulty here. And again, when you have all the names, Let's get a few up on the board. Let's show people that we're actually doing it. I don't know if there's 15 or 20 here, but they're all listed. We have the video.
I've got the Facebook post posted right now on YouTube.
Yeah, you can go check it out on YouTube. And the other thing is, I think they're doing a good job of posting it. Where do these people work? One woman is a school board member in St. Paul. What do they have to say about this? Again, how many times have I've been through this personally. I've been through the civil affairs people in Philadelphia. I'm pro-cop up and down the line. But you know what? When the police are out of line, I'm not just going, oh, there's a cop. Civil affairs, we're over at the Art Museum. It's our private event, Talk Radio 1210 listeners. I have the sitting governor, Corbett, on the stage. And these women, Henry, start taking banners out of their bras. Interesting.
Yeah.
They're lifting up their shirts and they're taking all kinds of banners out that they smuggled in.
Yeah.
So I go to the civil affairs guy. You know, you got to stop this. I got a sitting governor. We're going to continue this thing. He goes, it's freedom of speech. The guy heading up the cops, civil affairs. I'm going to give each one of them a minute. There's like 80 of them. Are you kidding me? And the governor's security detail was getting kind of edgy because some were moving toward the stage. I see the hand where the gun. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And he's all red in the face. You know, it was. And I may have said, no, you're not going to give him a minute over the loudspeaker. That was like an eruption. I was afraid of, arrest was coming here. Yes. On this whole thing. You're going to give each one of them a minute. This is the nonsense that we get into where people think they have a right to shut you down. They don't want to protest. They want to shut you down. And that's what they were doing in this church. And they were going to continue to harass these people as they came out. We have all kinds of cuts of them saying, well, here's the chief law enforcement guy. This is Ellison, Henry. And this is cut Keith Ellison, kind of an infamous figure. Yeah, this is cut 13. Listen to what he said about the anti-ICE protesters storming that church. Cut 13.
The protest is fundamental to American society. This country started in a protest. And, it's freedom of expression. People have a right to lift up their voices and make their peace. And none of us are immune from the voice of the public. So quite honestly, I think that you got the First Amendment, freedom of religion, and the First Amendment, freedom of expression. And I think that, it's just something you got to live with in a society.
Yeah, buddy. With all of your armed guards and all your stuff, when you want to be out there speaking and doing whatever, if we want to use amplified material, we want to shut you down, we want to start screaming at you by the hundreds. You're insane. You're an ideologue. And worse, a hater. And again, how do all roads lead to this crazy state? All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T, but I'm still all throughout that interview with Hal playing you Scott Jennings when the guy last night in CNN told him, you can't say illegal immigrants anymore. And Jennings kept on saying, yo, brother, how are you going to stop me from saying that?
Word police over here.
Yeah, the word police. I thought there was an incident there. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
Score the winning touchdown at Borgata during the $700,000 home field hangout drawing. Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners to get $25,000 to create your dream home theater. Drawings every Saturday. Grand prize drawing January 31st. Score big during home field hangout. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ETHOS.com/term.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. Killing me on Twitter. Certain rules during the show, Henry. I think you were here. I told Dan. Can't play the Tarantella, and you can't do Neil Diamond Coming to America. I go off too much. And one of my 3 favorite scenes in any movie, anytime, coming off what we're talking about with the church, Chaz Palminteri's Sonny, now you just can't leave.
Oh, yeah, locking the door, yeah.
If you've never seen The Bronx Tale, there are 10 good scenes in there. But the scene of scenes is when the Hells Angels come into his bar and they're going to bust it up. And he goes, now you just can't leave.
Yeah, the complete vibe change, look on their faces.
And, and I'm looking, I don't know how many takes he did, but he projects the calmness of it the way he says it. It's just completely calm. It's like we're splitting atoms here, and he's in a class. Now you just can't leave. And they somehow or another into it. Oh, man, think of the neighborhood we're in. Think about what we're up against here. It's a pretty big home court advantage. And then the neighbors come out when they get them outside the bar. Oh, God. Don't do that during the show. Okay, side question today. Coming off this notion that this knuckleballer died, how he changed from a pitcher to a knuckleballer. Always intrigued by these guys. Not enough knuckleballers. You want your kid to make the major leagues? Have them become a catcher. Now, it's changed a bit. It's harder now. Baseball is the route. You have to be good, but you don't have to be big like you do, basketball, obviously, or football, obviously.
Got to have the stuff.
Yeah. But, by the way, I didn't see the whole game last night, but I am so happy. I don't know that I would say it was convicts versus Catholics versus convicts, but pretty close. The Miami loss. They throw a punch at one guy after the game.
I wanna know what went down because he was shaking hands with other Indiana players,
Right.
and then it must have been something
Yeah.
the Indiana players said.
All right. Well, still a bad look. And the quarterback, his role model must be Tom Brady, didn't shake hands. I've been on the record, with younger kids after a hard loss, making them line up and shake hands. I never. It's very emotional. But with adults, and these guys are adults, yeah, you got to shake the hand a little bit. Some coaches are able to do it better than others, and run off the field with it.
Oh, last night's it was just a quick, good game.
I know. Yeah, exactly. But I'm looking at a story of the dad of the quarterback. The mom has MS, and the dad does not stand up at all during the game. He sits, it looks like a seat attached to her wheelchair. What a family. What a story. And just, it's almost unreality to see this. And I just think Miami, in my mind at least, until proven otherwise, is always going to have that reputation. It's not as bad back in the days that they actually had criminal charges hanging over and guys shot and everything else. But they still kind of play to that a bit. All right, so 855-839-1210. I think they'll have more first-round draft picks, too, and draft picks than Indiana.
That D-line last night completely threw off Indiana.
Yeah,
they're going top 10.
Yeah. So, the NFL doesn't care. They'll say, well, we can manage this somehow or another. Robert in Ben Salem's next. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Henry. Good to talk to you guys today, and I hope all is well.
Yep.
I mentioned something. Just a minute. When I was younger and I was growing up in a children's home, we would receive Christmas gifts and things from strangers that we had never met. And I was always really moved by that. And I realized that if you didn't know the person, you couldn't pay him back, but you could pay it forward. Okay. So that's one of the reasons I joined the Alumni Association, so I could do things like that. Now, I wound up in a spot because of this injury where I was a little bit short on getting to where I needed to be to continue moving forward. And I received a get well card with some cash in it 2 nights ago from Leslie from Bryn Mawr. And since she does not want it back because it was a gift, I just wanted to thank her on the air and let her know since I can't pay it back, I'm going to pay it forward. And that's the way it should be. And I just wanted to express my appreciation for her and your audience because there was so much support there. And I'll leave it there.
The only thing I would say is your calls, you probably sense this when you talk about your upbringing, et cetera, and, the lens that you see things through, they move me every time. Maybe not in the moment because we have a show to do, but I'm talking about driving along, thinking about it. And I mean what I said about the, the Tarantella, the Coming to America, and that scene, it's the South Philly thing. Now you just can't leave. But your stories are of that genre. And Leslie is that you have to see her on a trip immediately. The trip we were on, she directed, not the tour guide, getting out of New York City. It was amazing.
She's a facilitator, and she's got a huge heart, and she's irreverent and funny and smart. So,
absolutely.
So amazing. But my answer to the side question today is going to be Walt Disney. And the reason for that is he was a newspaper editor for the Kansas City Star back in 1920, and his chief editor fired him. And the reason for that was, and I quote, Dom, he lacked imagination and had no good ideas, okay? So he goes out of that company, and he's noodling around with a graphics company trying to make money doing advertisements for businesses. But that didn't work out either, and he declared bankruptcy in 1923. Him and his brother Roy, I didn't even know he had a brother, moved out to California and set up shop in his uncle's garage with $250 in working capital. 2.5 years later, Steamboat Willie came out in 1928, and Mickey Mouse was born. And he went on to become the most famous, admired, loved animator in the world. And all I can say today is I'm sure that great man is rolling over in his grave right now. But that was my
that's a
answer,
great
Walt Disney.
That
Thank
is-
you for the time, Dom.
Thank
Have
you,
a
Robert.
great day. all
Thank
right?
you very much. Thanks for that story, too. Hey, watching during that break, one thing I wanted to mention about this church in Minnesota, I don't know. It looks more like a hotel lobby to me, like a conference at a hotel lobby. And the reason is, where are the kneelers? To have a church, the Catholics, you can't have a church without kneelers. You got to do all that kneeling.
But was that a Catholic church?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying, and I've been in Protestant churches, and I seem to remember they have kneelers. So do you have to kneel on the ground? Wow, that's even worse.
Yeah, maybe there's no kneeling at all.
Well, that was going to be my next thing. You know, in that faith, it's Baptist, I think. Don't you kneel? I would think you kneel. But it looks like the chairs are all set out, nice-looking chairs, and it looks like, you know, like you were doing a speech in a hotel, or I got one coming up with Diane Giordano. How's that for product placement, Diane? Coming up on January 31st. And sometimes there's tables, but sometimes chair. You know, it's a hotel with that setup. Yeah, I don't see any kneelers. Somebody's got to tell me, where are the kneelers?
I mean, I'll take the chairs over the wooden pews any day of the week, though.
I don't have a. Yeah, they can get pretty hard. You get in there for an hour and that, but it's the kneeler too, and the kneelers are a little bit too close. You have to lean in to not be uncomfortable. They ought to give you a little bit more space back.
Oh, my gosh. I was at a wedding a few months ago, and there was no back, or like the back was too close underneath the pew.
Right.
So I was literally scrunched into the pew, like almost leaning over. It was, my back was hurting so bad because of it.
I don't know if it's a Catholic thing or not, Henry. I'm trying to think of Protestant church. Somebody in a Baptist church. You have kneelers, you know? And are all those churches, are the doors red, you know, to keep away the devil, the whole thing and all. Yeah. All right, is that a Catholic church? Nope, no red doors.
Yeah. Keep them moving.
Yeah. 855-839-1210. And don't put up that post anymore during a show of Sonny. Now it's the yous, too. Now you just can't leave. Oh, God. I have to go home and see it right now. Yeah. You're going to tell me The Bronx Tale's not a great movie now. I know Goodfellas is not. It's not?
No, Goodfellas, or not Goodfellas.
All right, which movie's better?
Movie.
I would say Bronx Tales is better than Goodfellas.
Can I make a confession?
Yes.
I've never seen a Bronx Tale.
Oh, okay.
I know that scene because it's a very famous scene.
Yes.
But and the car door thing. But never seen the movie.
Oh, you mean the we were gonna. I was gonna reference that as my rule of life. If she doesn't reach over and pull up that lock, dump her, right there.
Mm-hmm.
True. You can't do that test anymore with automatic stuff. See, it's lost. The test would be good.
True. You can hit the button. You'd hear that from the outside.
Well,
right?
true. Well, that's right. At least hit the button. If you don't reach over and pull that lock up, that's it, honey. 855-839-1210. I need an answer to the kneeler thing, though. There's got to be an answer here somewhere to the kneelers. That, and we have the side question going on. A little bit later, we'll talk with Jeff Van Drew. I want to know from him, is the SAVE Act actually going to happen this week? The photo ID and all that. You heard Scott Presler yesterday, and then Presler nationally said he will not support any Republican ever that votes against this. Will they? Why would they? I mean, this is what America wants. It's common sense. At least pass it politically, and then we'll work on the senators. What's the objection? Well, you know, not everybody can afford to have. Oh, wait a minute. We'll do it for free. We've been down this road. All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line. Are you tired of feeling worn out halfway through your workout or exhausted before the day even begins? Well, if staying active matters to you, fuel your body with Rescue Orosine. Most people don't realize your body runs on ATP, the natural energy that powers every muscle, every heartbeat, every step. But as we age, ATP production slows down, taking stamina and endurance with it. That's where Rescue Orosine comes in. This cutting-edge formula with research-backed ingredients supports ATP production at the cellular level, so you can keep moving, keep your heart pumping, and keep doing what you love every day without jitters or crashes. Just use the code MYENERGY to buy one, get one free today at res-q.com or call a rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. Don't miss out, 800-262-5483. Online, res-q.com. Get that second bottle of Rescue Orosine for free. Remember, use that code MyEnergy at checkout.
Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
My dad and I were always close, but some things we just didn't talk about, like his will. After he was gone, we found out he didn't have one, and it created a lot of stress during a time of grief.
Creating a will can be hard to think about, but avoiding it can lead to greater difficulty for the people you love. That's why Trust and Will makes estate planning simple. Create a will online in as little as 30 minutes.
Now, I have a will in place to make sure my loved ones are protected. With Trust and Will, it was easy and affordable, and I got peace of mind knowing my wishes are clear.
Trust and Will. Get 20% off when you visit trustandwill.com/plan. That's trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
Buy low, sell high. It's always been the golden rule of investing. But retirement isn't about timing the market. It's about making sure that 100% of your money works 100% for you. And that's why smart retirees are choosing the exclusive crash-proof retirement system to grow and protect their nest eggs.
Paul Wirtz. I started with Crash Proof Retirement in 2024. I've averaged about 12.5% over the last 2 years. The market may be high now, but it will go down at some point. And that's where the peace of mind comes in because my retirement is secured.
Kathleen Rocket, Langhorne, PA. With the Crash Proof Retirement System, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. We're living proof of it. It works.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 17th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
For 100 years, Edelman's in Jenkintown has been the name families trust when it's time to sell gold, silver, and coins. A fourth-generation family-owned business built on fairness, honesty, and treating every customer with true respect. At Edelman's, you'll always get a clear, no-pressure offer. Their best offer first. Sell your gold jewelry, bullion, or coins with confidence at Edelman's. Visit edelmanscoins.com or call 215-572-6480. Edelman's, where fairness has been our family tradition for 100 years.
Joe Conklin hosts comedy nights at Parks Casino every month in 360 Lounge. For full schedule, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Hi. My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Woo! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It is Dom time. I have one of my favorite subjects, the sign of the apocalypse. I remember when we did that as a side question. I have 3 in my back pocket all ready to go the next couple of days. One Henry hat. This is always a fun thing. And the winner, the first time we did it, was Richard of Summerdale with You Can Pump Your Own Gas in Jersey. Get out of Dodge. The apocalypse is here. Here's another one. Phil Murphy, apparently it might be the final act, signed into law in New Jersey, a new state law that mandates cursive instruction in grades 3 to 5 beginning this fall. The return to including cursive instruction is especially meaningful as New Jersey celebrates the upcoming 250th anniversary, giving our students the skills they need to read our nation's founding documents and complete tasks like opening a bank account or signing a check, in addition to offering cognitive benefits, said Governor Murphy. Public schools must now teach students how to write cursive legibly and become fluent in reading it. The requirements take effect immediately. Wow. Jersey doing this.
I saw that, and he's making like motorized like cyclists.
Yes.
He's making them get licenses.
Yes,
So
which is a good thing.
Yeah, not letting the door hit them on the way out completely.
Yeah,
All right.
exactly. So Governor Murphy, what the heck happened here? But cursive, how did these legislators pass that? They're the enemy of stuff like this. You can't do that. Somebody can't do it. Now, they did mention legibly. I have to admit, that might be a problem for me. But, you know.
Yeah, legibly.
Legibly, yes. Legibly. And I'm in a house with Ro, who has beautiful handwriting, and Luke has this tiny handwriting, but looks like it's on a sculpture or something. DJ writes on a paper plate, bang, and that's
so he gets that from you, yeah.
Exactly. Ro gives it to Luke. Yeah, it's the contrast. You would not believe that we could coexist just based on this.
Yeah.
A couple things. All right, the consensus says that more religious people do not kneel, apparently, although, was it Tsar of Trent? Hassan bin Sober says on Twitter, yeah, Lutherans, we kneel. Well, these people are Baptists. And I just thought kneeling is a rigorous thing. I thought the more, one of a better term, fundamental religions like Baptist, I thought they'd be kneelers. That's why I'm kind of surprised. The chairs look like the setup was not a conventional church. They were not pews, first of all. I don't know why. I was kind of, it looked like a hotel and somebody's going to come and give a speech or something. A ballroom. Yeah. So what's up with that? And it's in, it's in Minnesota. They're kind of liberal, but Baptist. And I did notice that the preacher had a headset with a wireless mic, which was interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
I feel like that's at my church, too. I feel like.
Okay.
At least sometimes.
Yeah, but you have kneelers, right?
Yeah, the kneelers, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. How are the kneelers? Are they good kneelers?
I think, let me say, I think all kneelers are bad kneelers, even if they are cushy and whatever you try, they're still a menace.
Oh, yeah, it's hard. So the punishment at St. John Newman, if you had some of these teachers that were really bad, might be a holiday coming up, you at all times had to have at least 2 books in your book bag. Some of these kids weren't going to do anything over the holiday, so they might not have anything.
Mm-hmm.
If you were caught, I think it was 2, it might have been 3. Under that, kneel on these special tiles that cut through your knees for an hour.
Oh.
At 6 a.m. Can you imagine? Today, they'd be put in jail.
Where did they get these tiles? Like, can we have 2 torture tiles over
there
here
were
to
torture
install
tiles
those
there. Yes.
For the kids?
Just like that.
I mean, I know the nuns were rough, but like, geez.
After all, freshman year, we were eating lunch at 10 o'clock in the morning, drinking grape sodas. And guys with peppers and eggs bags with the oil coming through them. Yeah. I mean, it was a different environment. But, yeah, there were tiles. I'm not saying they created them for this, but they happened to be there.
Yeah, they wore over time, and they're like, oh, you know what? We can use this as a punishment instead of the rulers.
And they didn't have to do much, Henry. If you witnessed what I did, there was this priest who, I think it was Father Cox did this. He would just stand and imagine these are South Philly kids, like 500 of them or 800 of them in lunch. They don't want to be quiet. He's making an announcement. Gentlemen, cut it now. And he would say it like, now you just can't leave.
Mm-hmm.
Some kid still talking in front of him. He slapped him from one end of the cafeteria to the other. I'm talking hard slaps. Jeez. It's like almost a football field of it, yeah. and then he put him in detention.
Oh my gosh.
Or the hospital. I don't know which one.
Is this high school or grade school?
High school.
Oh,
High school.
Man.
Gentlemen, cut it now. And the kid didn't get it. When that guy says that,
Yeah,
you
must
know,
have just transferred in.
I think he must have thought, yeah, he's saying it low. He's not screaming at gentlemen, cut it now. Yeah. David in Lexington, South Carolina, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, David, welcome in.
Hey, Dom. I'm part of what's called Global Methodist, and in fact, it'll be 2 years, a week from tomorrow, when we broke away from United Methodist because you know what's going on with United Methodist. So our church is 2 years old. It's one of those kind of modern, like we're renting a space right now, so we just have regular chairs, and even at the UMC, we didn't have kneelers or anything like that.
Well, wait a minute. What's with this religion where you're not kneeling? I don't get it, David.
Now, we would kneel at the altar, and I actually did attend Baptist church for a while. In fact, the Baptist church I attended was the one where the papers for secession were drawn up when South Carolina decided to secede from the Union. But then we would kneel at the altar, but not at your seat and everything. So
it seems to me the Baptists more than the Catholics like standing up and holding the hands in prayer to the heavens more than that and celebrating. Mm-hmm. So maybe there's not any kneeling. They're celebrating.
Go up.
That's what we're doing. There you go.
Exactly. Do you have holy water?
No.
I love the way you said that.
But I'll tell you, a quick little note, too. I attend the church when I come up to Pennsylvania every summer. I attend the Lutheran church that my grandparents attended when they were little and everything. And it threw me for a loop when I went to communion one Sunday, and it was actually real wine. I was not used to that.
Hey, I was an older boy. Yeah, the wine wasn't exactly. It may have been one of those knockoff wines, the Madavi or whatever they are wines they were using.
Yeah. Well, for my answer, I'm going to go with Dickie V. He was a coach and became a play-by-play, but nobody elevated basketball or college basketball more than he did. I mean, he's synonymous with it right now. And people, in fact, so much so people don't realize he was a coach. But he totally took on a different career.
Mercy.
Yeah, he was one of the first commentators that really got public knowledge. That's a good one, David. So we're looking today for somebody who made a really different turn in a career, a pivot from one thing to another. I gave Reagan, when you heard, I think they did it even Back to the Future. There was a line in there about Ronald Reagan's president.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on with that? Yeah, you just cannot believe it. And it was because not just he was a movie actor, it was some of the dumb films that he was in. And then when you saw how heavy duty he was, though, on policy, it wasn't just that he was a president. I mean, he was into the real conservative end of policy, and he actually was on TV for Westinghouse and places like that. So, yeah, it became a little bit more natural. All right, so we're looking for somebody who made that turn because this knuckleballer passed away yesterday who did very well and transitioned from fairly hard thrower, I guess, to a knuckleballer. That's where side questions come from. Wait until you hear the next couple. At least one I got for Thursday. Tomorrow's yours, Henry. But, are the Eagles really interviewing Jim Bob Cooter to be their offensive coordinator?
Yeah.
They are. Where's he from?
He's been in Indianapolis with Steichen.
Oh, has he? Oh, okay. I thought he was from like Tennessee, or he's got to be originally.
I'm
right?
sure. Yeah, he's from down south.
Yeah. So right. So I mean, I got to do all time. That's a good old boy of good old boys. We might broaden it out to something southern, or just who's the ultimate good old boy.
It's from Fayetteville, Tennessee.
Fayetteville. What's the line in the movie? You always wear a good old boy. Is it Cool Hand Luke? They say that, and one of them uses that line. It just strikes me with a name like Jim Bob Cooter. I don't see this guy showing up in a suit and, acting, How would that play in Philadelphia? Interesting.
If you can call plays, it doesn't matter.
Right,
no one's going to care.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. After that, following Kevin Petullo cannot be that hard, really. If you have a modicum of success, you got to think it's going to be easy.
He was in Philadelphia, too, before.
Oh, was he?
Under Sirianni. He followed Steichen, too.
Indianapolis. Jim Bob Cooter. It's like you can't imagine this guy's name this. Offensive coordinator. Can you imagine the interviews here in Philadelphia with these guys? I hope he gets it just for fodder. All right, 855-839-1210. Coming to your calls. Does your church have New Year's? If not, why don't you get some? I'm telling you, it's something you might
stay
want
away.
To All right. I need to hear from a priest
the
out
knee
there.
pain.
What do you think of the New Year's? 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Listen, when it comes to protecting yourself and your family, my friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop will help. Bob's isn't just about selling firearms. They're a full-service shop with over 60 years of experience helping citizens like you and me exercise our Second Amendment rights and become safe, responsible gun owners. They're going to guide us from start to finish. From applying for your permit, they'll help you select the firearm that best fits you and train you in how to safely operate your firearm from one of Bob's certified NRA and range safety officers. Look, if you're interested in learning more and you want to explore, Bob's has a co-ed shoot coming up on Saturday, February 7th at 6 p.m. This event is perfect for beginners or experienced shooters who want to sharpen their skills. No firearms ID card or prior experience is required to attend. Space is limited. Make 2026 the year you protect yourself and your family. Visit bobslittle.sportshop.com. bobslittle.sportshop.com. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Announcing that gold has surpassed $4,600 an ounce last week, and silver is at an all-time high as well. If you need cash to help pay those holiday bills, then you must go to the Estates Roadshow. Gold and silver, old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold and silver are hot. 4 locations this week: Chestnut Hill, Media, St. David's, and Doylestown. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The prices of gold and silver are at an all-time high, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure, just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow, Monday through Friday at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, in Media at the Hampton Inn, St. David's at the Radnor Hotel, and Monday through Thursday at the Doylestown Inn. Get some cash in your hands today to help pay those holiday bills at the Estates Roadshow. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. All your roles, fill them sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Jeff Andrew in the On Deck Circle. It's 1 year, President Trump Part 2. What is the biggest achievement? I'll ask him. I know the thing he has to work on the most, the reluctant Trump voter. But our buddy, Henry, and I guess he's busy today, this guy's the master. He's my big find in 2025. And that's Mike of the New Jersey Project, Wake Up New Jersey. They put out New Jersey Project put this out, and I'll give it to you in detail after Jeff Andrew. when they talk about affordable housing in New Jersey, it's a scheme to pave over farms, pack in high-density housing, and drive up profit for their buddies, the developers. 47 urban municipalities, which account for 50% of New Jersey's population growth, are exempt from this. The urban aid exemption unbalanced mandates. Yeah, we're going to pave over Cranford, New Jersey, the family farm. We're going to disrupt places like Medford, who voted for Mikey Sherrill. Are people not aware of what they're going to do to you under Mikey Sherrill versus Jack Ciattarelli? Apparently not. You hate Trump. That's enough. All right, we'll get into that. Jeff Andrew, Dom's Money Melody. And I'll kind of tell you about a very special guest promised for tomorrow. Not the name, but why this one's so important. Big 2 o'clock hour on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. I only talk about companies I actually use in my own home, of course. And Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding is one of them and has been for many years now. If you've been thinking about maybe replacing your entry door or patio doors, January is a great time to start the planning. Spring will be here before you know it, and it's the perfect season to be enjoying an upgrade like that. What I love about Chapman is just how hands-on they are. From design to installation, they walk you through every single step. Everything's up front and in writing, and the craftsmanship really shows, especially with doors. The difference in curb appeal, security, energy efficiency is immediate. And right now, my friends at Chapman are offering 10% off, which makes now a smart time to start that conversation. So if new doors are on your list this year, my advice is simple. Visit ChapmanWindows.com. That's ChapmanWindows.com. Learn more about my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Tax
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
All right, it is Dom time. Momentarily, we'll talk with Congressman Jeff Van Drew. But Henry, I just got the word. Bring a kneeler in here. I'm going to do this interview tomorrow kneeling to bring that back. Oh, God. I can't say who it is, but it's either 1:30 or 2 o'clock tomorrow. I'm going to text back and ask, can I start to promote this? That's how, it's not the president.
It's not the president.
It's
but
not the president. Look, I had Trump on before. He invited me to play golf over at the Trump thing in South Jersey. It never happened, so I don't know about that interview. That might be out of bounds. He gets 5 minutes till we play golf. Now, that'd be nerve-wracking. If you top a ball with him, big trouble.
Never going to hear the end of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got to outdrive him by 20 yards. That's my bet that I could.
His swing, I think.
With his swing, yeah. He's a good chipper and putter, though. Yeah, I think that's legit. I'll tell you who's coming on tomorrow at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in a moment. Once I text back and ask, can we start to tell people this person will be on? I'll just say his legacy will be almost as big as Trump. All right, Congressman Jeff Van Drew, the 1-year anniversary. He's not on Zoom, right? He's calling. Okay. Don't forget, too, boy, we've had a lot of action since that interview with Danny Seisler last week, the sheriff over in Bucks County. And again, I welcome him back because that's good stuff to me. It was pointed. It was an argument on policy. No harm, no foul. That type of stuff. It was certainly within the white lines. It was good. I think we need more of that. 855-839-1210. In fact, yesterday I met with some real good friends, young Republicans and the younger Republicans, the college Republicans, wanting to set up a college tour. And the first main event, and I'll tell you about it, as a listener, you can come, once it happens, would be at Penn or my alma mater, LaSalle. I'm not sure which one. And it would be a debate I can't announce the people yet, but I'll be involved, on affordability and all this stuff around affordability that we hear, okay? So hopefully I'll be able to tell you who will be here tomorrow at either 1:30 or 2 o'clock. That's coming up, and I think you'll enjoy this. Once I do that, I'll be interested because I really have to script my first 10 questions. One of them will be about pull-ups. I'm fascinated by the pull-up. I'm obsessed by the pull-up. Henry, you look to me, based upon your throwing at the shore and all, you could do a pull-up, can you?
None. Even when I want to say 80 pounds ago, I couldn't do one.
Ah, okay.
I got a bum shoulder.
Okay. It's a rhythm thing. At my gym, we don't have what they used at the train station. I like the straight pull-up and only about 6 feet high or whatever. Not one where you have to jump up. Once I jump up.
That's the only ones I've ever done. Almost.
Yeah, well, that's impossible. I don't know who does those pull-ups. I'd like to set that up at Mulligan's. I don't know if we have anybody listening that can do 10 pull-ups. That'd be a challenge. Get a few drinks in them so they can't do it. Yes.
The next Mulligan's broadcast.
Yeah, the next Mulligan's pull-up contest.
Nick Foles, yeah.
Nick Foles. Johnny was yesterday on Twitter right away. Oh, yeah, Nick Foles. We could accommodate that.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could. All right, Jeff Van Drew with us momentarily. 855-839-1210. What's the biggest Trump area of achievement? You don't have to name a singular thing. I would say let's take one that's, because I'm not going to give false credit here. The biggest flaw is not fully engaging or getting this whole affordability talk and not getting the Trump voter to realize why they have to come out and vote. It's not just because, I'll be impeached. So what? That doesn't matter. It's about keeping the House. That's all that matters. We don't keep the House, and it's over. And I think we're sliding toward it, where the other side is now saying, you know what? You put us in there, Schumer the other day, we'll get rid of the Doge cuts and all that. And you think, wait a minute, isn't that fraud, waste, and abuse? Yes, that's a Democrat Party. They want it. And Democrats are now trying to sell us into the midterm. Some of them are out there, and I think it's scripted. The idea, yeah, we're not going to be running against Trump. We're going to be running on policy. No. You're running against Trump. You want to get, if I were advising them, you want to get the juices flowing, that's turnout. You're going to go after Trump. You're going to masquerade it with long, ponderous proposals of what you're due if you're back in there. But you and I know deep down what this comes down to. Can Trump somehow or another turn out somewhat of what he did in 2024? Yes or no? If he can't, they're going to win. If he can, we're going to win. All the policy stuff in the world. Today, Mikey Sherrill saying how all along in this campaign, her agenda was affordability. Look, I follow this as closely as anybody other than Rich and maybe Matt, or both of them. Matt, maybe even more. SaveJersey.com, and he's on today with Michael Pelka at 3 o'clock. But she wasn't talking about affordability other than executive order. We'll get rid of those electric rates in the first day. Henry, if you check and see if she signed any executive orders, what she has been saying the last day or so is her attorney general is going to go after these overzealous apartment landlords. That seems to be get them, drag them through the streets. And I mentioned the New Jersey Project makes a great point on Twitter. Affordable housing in Jersey isn't affordable at all. It's a scheme to pave over farms, pack in high-density housing, and drive up profit for developers. And rural towns get stuck with the bill while urban areas are ignored. The law exempts 47 urban aid municipalities, which account for 50% of New Jersey's population growth, from building affordable housing, shifting 100% of their needs onto the 517 non-urban municipalities. Non-urban towns face inflated quotas, while the formula ignores thousands of affordable units already being built in urban aid areas. That is a great insight. So the Medfords of the world and others, when you're going nuts because of the tyranny of this, and when we all went nuts, what they were trying to do to those that family farm in Cranford, New Jersey, this is what they're about. And yet they exempt the biggest population driver. You know what it's about. Affordable housing. Think on a higher scale, Section 8. They want to take suburban Jersey, which is largely Jersey, and they want to populate it more diversely. That's what this is about. And they're hell-bent, the Mount Laurel decision, to do it in any way, shape, or form possible. I remember the first day at Rutgers Law School, night school. Did I tell you I won the moot court competition there? But anyhow.
Once or twice.
The Mount Laurel decision was the first thing we talked about. It was Jersey after all. And the professor raved about it. It was genius what they were going to be trying to do. And I'm going, oh, man. Someday, if I get the chance, I'll debate this guy. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. The biggest area I could point to with Trump, without a doubt, is energy. Driving down energy costs, exploring energy, et cetera. Without a doubt, that has been an area. Now, the other side doesn't like it, but you cannot take away what's happened there. 100% all out on that. Let's dip in a little bit, Henry. Can we dip in just a second here? He's recapping his first year of the new term at a briefing, whenever you guys are ready here, around what are some of the achievements.
2 years ago, and now they just announced that they're going 24 hours around the clock making cars. Terrorists did it. I don't know what the Supreme Court's going to do. I think to me it reads so plainly. Couldn't be plainer. You're allowed to do a license. Tariff is probably less severe than what a license could be. But think of it. You're allowed to do a license, and then they have a clause at the end, something to the effect, or what is necessary, something to that effect. And what is necessary was tariffs. I don't know where there's a case even there, but we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, and If we lose that case, it's possible we're going to have to do the best we can in paying it back. I don't know how that's going to be.
All right, so the
done
president
very-
reviewing that first year. We heard today, and we got EJ and Tony on speed dial here.
Tomorrow, 12:30.
Oh, tomorrow, 12:30. All right, I thought the Supreme Court, why do they keep on giving us a tip-off? They're going to rule on it, and then we don't hear any rule. Today, we're supposed to release I don't know what the delay is. They're going to keep checking. President talking about this. Look, if the tariff thing, the Supreme Court goes the other way, I'm not going to be an Anil in church saying, oh, my God, let's bring it back. I happen to think it helps us in the midterms here. And I got to be plain. This is not something. I give the president some grace, some ability to use it for leverage. But overall, the policy stuff with the tariffs, a lot of it has been chaotic, even with the Greenland thing going on now. I want Greenland too. The way to go about getting Greenland is we're going to pay these people. I don't know if it'd be 100,000, something like that. Now, what do we do if they're not willing to do that? Well, we'll see. We'll see what that is. And I get the Trump strategy, which is always take the extreme position, then negotiate your way down into a midpoint. And I get it. In business, it works. I don't know that it's working with Greenland here, particularly with the tariffs now are blowing up the markets in the wrong way again. We'll see. So the tariff, I'm not putting in the win column. But that's what he's talking about today. He's waiting to see the Supreme Court decision on this. On energy, there is no doubt. This has been the greatest explosion of that in presidential history. We have not seen anything more. The other thing you have to say is that this has been energetic beyond belief. There's not a second on any weekend, any holiday where something big could not break. The bombing in Iraq, the Maduro thing, which was flawless. Trump knows how to use American power in a strong way without essentially boots on the ground in any situation. And that is, and also peace. He is on that, but there is a military component to American power in that. So 1 year in, we've seen that constantly. So when you call in the rest of this hour, you can hit us 1 year in. What's the highlight or what's the area? I gave you the area of discontent. That with the midterms, I need to see more. I need to see some more creativity. All right, Jeff Andrew will join us at 2:30. Something must be brewing. I need more creativity on how are we going to turn out in the midterm the Trump voter. When he's not on the ballot, the whole thing. If you think that's impossible, well, that's what the challenge is. And only one man can really do it. That would be President Trump. Can a lot of other developments happen between now and then? Sure. Is it going to be close? Yeah, I think it's going to be close again. I'll be amazed. I would take the bet right now. Republicans are not going to pick up 5 seats even. I think it's going to come down to Brian Fitzpatrick's seat, something like that. Do I think Brian Fitzpatrick will be in a very close race with Bob Harv DeGrasse? Part of me says, that loser, that guy, you got to be kidding me. But the landscape there is such where I think that's happened. But on election night, if you'd ask me who's going to win, Jack Ciattarelli or Mikey Sherrill, I would give a slight nod the way it looked like it was going to Sherrill. But a 14-point loss, it's the Trump voter versus we want to get at Trump. Does that energy? You're kidding yourself if you say, you know what, Dom, they're going to get tired of wanting to come at Trump. You know in your heart of hearts the ferocity of this, particularly with these white females, is unparalleled. Today in Minneapolis, hundreds of them are lining up. They're buying rock salt, I guess. And then they're returning it. They're spinning around in the line to shut the target down and tell them we'll continue to do this if you allow ICE to use your bathrooms or something like this.
Get a job.
Yeah, exactly. What is it? Or, get some kids, get some grandkids, get a job, get a hobby, emptiness in their life. And that's one thing, as obnoxious as it is, to your point, Henry. But Then when you romanticize it, you're going to get in the face of ICE and block this. That's when the real trouble comes in. The blockade of ICE in Philadelphia happened today. I'm waiting to see other signs of this. How is it these people have so much time, particularly these women, and are so empty that this is the only thing on their mind? That's what's happening. Is it just Minnesota? I don't think so. All right. Jeff Andrew at 2:30. Right now, it's time to get a winner today. It's time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
That's right. Today we're playing for a copy. Scott Jennings is going to have to put an addition on from last night's show with this guy telling him you can't say illegal aliens anymore. All right, we're playing for a copy of Scott Jennings' book, A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization. Henry.
Yeah, Dom, so the side question, we were asking for someone that had an odd career path, and the singer I'm going to bring you here today has definitely had her fair share of jobs. I feel like she's had a hand in like almost everything. Any kind of degree you might need for this job, she definitely has. And I'll say this is also a fictional person. I should say that. That's how are they able to pull off all of these jobs. And it is a fictional person that a lot of people, I'm sure listening right now, grew up with. So I'm going to play you this person singing a cover version of the Bangles' Manic Monday in a different language. So here's the options today. You can either give me who is singing the cover, which fictional person is singing the cover, what language, or the country of origin in which this cover is from. Some notes about the country in which this is coming from. They invented the cheese slicer, the paperclip, and of course, salmon sushi. So I'm going to play you this.
The paperclip.
Yeah.
You and I could have invented that. Great invention.
This country did it. So I want either the singer, I want the country, or I want the language. Take a listen. Very successful fictional character.
All right, hit us with that. You get the book, you get the belt for today, so to speak. People are often coming on to me, where's that belt? How do you get the belt? Come on, it's a belt.
It's proverbial belt.
It's proverbial. It's mythical. 855, call Johnny over at Mulligan, so he'll explain it to you. 855-839-1210.
Is life insurance part of your New Year's resolution? Listen, if you're young and healthy, it's simple, and any old agent can get it done. But if you're 50 to 60 years old with a touch of wide waistband syndrome or have correlating health glitches, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou doesn't bait and switch you in with young and healthy rates only to clobber you with the truth down the road. $1 million of coverage could be as low as $200 per month. And unlike that treadmill, this one won't collect dust in the corner. Call Term Provider, speak with Big Lou, and find out how much he can save you on your new $1 million life insurance policy. Start this year off with peace of mind by calling Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, we're really down the rabbit hole today with Money Melody. These guys invented the cheese slicer and the paperclip, among other things.
Cheese slicer, paperclip,
Right.
salmon sushi, and the singer is a fictional character that holds many, many jobs.
All
So
right.
I'll take the singer, the language, or the country.
Wow, a trifecta. I love a trifecta. Let's go to Kevin in Doylestown. All right, Kevin, what's your answer today?
Norway.
All right, what gave it away, the paperclip or the cheese slicer?
I think it was the paperclip.
Thank you very much. And Trump in a feud with Norway right now, of course, because of the Nobel Prize, and tell them to butt out with Greenland and the whole thing. Oh, my goodness.
But, Dom, can you tell me which fictional character is singing Norwegian right now that holds a lot of jobs?
Barbie.
You got it.
All right. There you
yeah.
go. You gave it
there
away
you
with
go.
that. I
yeah.
think Barbie. That's my answer whenever you hear a lot of jobs.
Yeah.
Ken is along for the ride. He's got to hold that job, too, at a lower level.
Yeah.
Barbie astronaut Ken opens the door for the astronauts. Okay. There was a winner today. The president, and they have to do more of this again. I realize, but this is the battle, holding up mugshots of some of the heinous criminals that have been arrested in Minnesota. They have to do a more concerned. Look, we know the media doesn't want to do it. The media, you got to fight this. You got to get the message out more. So President Trump also talking, and this is another thing for 1 year, slashing the federal budget deficit. Now, he's a spender, populism and all that stuff, but there have been cuts here thanks to Doge and other things. Democrats promising they will take away all those cuts. All right, Henry, how are we looking with that Mikey Sherrill moment?
Give me a second because I have to do the money melody.
Yeah, okay. Mikey Sherrill, and I'll play it for you momentarily, hopefully before Jeff Andrew, got into the colonial thing. She was marching off in her speech today about how colonial New Jersey is because she's a fighter. She's going to fight against Trump. You get it? The king. He's King George. He's disturbed. Mikey Sherrill, red, white, and blue. Jersey and the revolution. I think we got you beaten here in Pennsylvania. Come on now. All right, you got Trent. You got some of that stuff. We got Independence Hall. We got Valley Forge. What do you have over there in Jersey? Toll booths, corruption, dead bodies in marshes. That's not the Revolutionary War. And she said she compared ICE enforcing immigration law to the British keeping standing armies in colonial America. Wow. These speechwriters must have worked overtime on this. All right, I'll play you that in a moment. Let me go to Joe in the colonial state in Columbus, New Jersey. Joe, any big battles in Columbus, New Jersey?
Well, we had the old barracks in Trenton, and we got Washington's crossing of the Delaware every Christmas?
Yeah, but I got Independence Hall, and I got I got some of the great battles here, Mikey. I'll see you, Independence Hall. Beat that.
You're going to divide us now. Come on.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Wait till you hear this clip, Joe. People, drive off the road now. Get off the road right now before I play. Joe, hang there. I'll play the clip for you and get your reaction and your side. Here's Mikey Sherrill.
And yes, he has kept among us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. And this election proved that the people of New Jersey recognize the parallels. That we see a president illegally usurping power, unconstitutionally enacting a tariff regime to make billions for himself and his family.
Yeah, well, I'd like to swear in your husband about that $6 million you made, honey. Joe, your response to that?
My response to that is she had almost 3 months to have somebody write that little ditty for her. And my real response is to make some conservative omelet. You got to break some liberal eggs, not legs.
Well, this idea, Joe, she got wrapped up in this whole thing, the speechwriters. She's running for VP in 28 right now, it tells me. And that's where all the colonial talk came in. I thought suddenly it's a red, white, and blue throughout the speech. That's what it's about. So these are standing armies now.
Well, we got Ronald Reagan. They got Mikey Sherrill and Cory Booker.
Oh, yeah. He's in South Carolina. He's running, too. So, Joe, what's your side today?
Well, Dom, for one moment, Don Lemon, he couldn't even – that theatrics he did over Harmie Dillon the other day, if he doesn't know who Harmie Dillon is, he should renounce his press credentials.
Yeah, you've got to get Don Lemon on the show someday. I'm telling you, I don't see a lot of depth of knowledge there, Joe.
He fumbled with that name better than Joe Biden. Harvey, who's this woman? Come on, man.
All right, you got a great side. I'm leaning toward this one, Joe. It's a great one.
Yeah, he gave up a very lucrative professional football career with the Phoenix Cardinals to become a war hero who gave up his life, and that's Pat Tillman.
Yeah, I think he was making $18 million. I'm not sure if it was 2 years, strong safety. And the NFL, Joe, would not for a year or at least a few games put down the line of red, white, and blue rather than the yellow line on third down on TV.
Yeah, that evaporated quickly for BLM in the back of the end zone.
Yeah, exactly right, Joe. Great one. That is a very good one. Pat Tillman going from NFL. I don't know if he was all-pro or not, something close to that. Strong safety, $18 million, and that's a while ago, a lot of money. Army Ranger, not just serving in the military, but Army Ranger. That is quite a transition. 855-839-1210. Jeff Van Drew is up next. Hey, attention, Pennsylvania, New Jersey home sellers. If you're over 60 and even thinking about selling in 2026, don't start too late. Sellers are losing thousands before the sign ever goes up. They fix the wrong things, they guess on price, and get blindsided at inspections. Learn the 10 new rules of selling over 60 at Diane Giordano's free breakfast seminar. It's a great breakfast, too. 9 a.m., January 31st at the Hilton Garden Inn at Fort Washington. Join me and my great friend Diane, either live or on Zoom. Should you downsize now or stay put? What are your capital gains? How to declutter 30 years of your stuff? What do you fix or not fix? Should you sell as is? And how to price and market your home to sell fast. All attendees get a free copy of Diane's newest book, The Hidden Cost of Overpricing. So join us on January 31st. Get all the info by RSVPing now, 215-576-8666. Or online, go to 215-576-8666.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Tom Giordano. Recently, I had the chance to chat with Navy veterans at a watch party for the Army-Navy game hosted by Navy League Philly. I wanted to learn more about what Navy League Philly does for our Sea Service members. Take a listen.
We're talking with Jay Meissner. And Jay, what's your role? How are you connected to the Navy League?
I'm a regional director for the U.S. Naval Sea Cadet Corps, the official program for the Navy and the Coast Guard, and they're supported by the Navy League. So they support the units in the area and the 10 to 13, 14, 15-year-olds that are in the program.
What intrigues them? Is it the Coast Guard that intrigues them? Do they think they're going to be in the high seas chasing down drug runners? What is it?
It's an open chance to try what the military would be. If the Navy does it, we can do it. We have trainings all over. They go to regular trainer. They go to drill like a reservist every month. Military ceremony and drill, colors, teaching, leadership courses.
You can do your part to support our Sea Service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
Dawn Stensland here. Oh, the excitement is building. Portugal and Spain this spring. You know, I wouldn't go anywhere across the pond unless Conservative Tours was running the show for you. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And after the last 2 adventures in Europe with you, I wouldn't recommend you to anybody else. Fine dining with great wines, seaside villages that take your breath away. They are so stunning to behold. 5738, yes, that includes your nonstop flight from Philadelphia to Lisbon. The picturesque Douro River Valley, 4-star hotel properties, and dining events to rival the best in Europe for 10 days. Portugal is Europe's best-kept secret. I want to take you there before the secret's out. Private Portuguese tour escort, step over the border into Galicia in Old World Spain, fly home from Porto. 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, newnordicusa.com, or your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show, and it's always a great day to get Congressman Jeff Andrew on. But when we have Mikey Sherrill making New Jersey affordable and saying Trump is like King George, and he puts a standing army in New Jersey, going all colonial, and the president now responding with the recap of the first year of his second term, and we have the SAVE Act this week. Let's go to the congressman on Talk Radio 1210. Congressman, welcome. Always a big day, but boy, things are percolating today.
Every day they're percolating. There's just a lot going on, and this is not a time in history where if you want to be lazy and don't want to be involved, that you should be involved, because you really have to kind of get focused and stay on it.
Now, you're my workout inspiration. I think, oh, man, when I see Jeff Andrew this summer, got to be in better shape. You can do pull-ups, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So
I have a special guest. We're going to announce in about 10 minutes, one of the biggest we've ever had. So I need to know that knowledge. I might need a tip or two on this in the future.
You can have a tip whenever. The biggest tip especially when you go to, I travel obviously because of my job being a congressman, and you go to different hotels and stuff. And I have what's called a Roman chair in my apartment here in Washington. I got pull-up bar and everything at home. But when you travel, they have these ones, and you and I talked about this once, where you've got to jump up. If you're like me, I'm only between 5'8" and 5'9", to grab on. And that's not the best way to do it. So I always tell people, but get something the equivalent of what they use for step class, or like a milk carton box underneath, so you can grab on and then do full extension, pull-ups. That's the way to do it instead of trying to jump on. That's the one fault I find with some of these workout stations that they have.
I do, too. That's my excuse so far. I'm going to try the Roman chair this afternoon. Now, let's see what I can do. Now, first thing, today, Mikey Sherrill went all colonial, saying President Trump, ICE are standing armies like King George in our communities here in Jersey. We heard the whole rift on affordability. My sense is she's going to be not moderate in any sense of the word at all, and is really going to go down Broadway here. What do you see?
I think you're right, and I hope you and I are wrong. I don't believe we are, but I'm going to still hope. I think that she, as so many of these folks do on the left, pretend they're moderate when they're running for office, look like they're moderate, sometimes even have a biography that is moderate, but then when they get in, they get crazy. Regardless of how you feel about Trump, regardless of how you feel even about ICE, or they actually do get training, and the individual that was involved in this terrible altercation that occurred in Minneapolis had years of training, so it wasn't the case that he was untrained. But regardless of how you feel about it, here's a fact everybody should know, and I'm not in my office, so I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we have fought many, and when I say many, I mean a lot, hundreds, thousands of people. Every day in this country, we are detaining and deporting people who were guilty of a crime, and were either indicted or convicted in their country of origin, or were indicted and convicted in the U.S., or should be and allegedly have done crimes, and they're from other countries. That's not what immigration's about. I believe in immigration. The other side tries to make it that we don't like immigration. We do. What we don't like is when people come here, say they hate America, they come from another country, they come illegally, say they hate America, but by the way, America owes them clothing, housing, transportation, education. Come on. I mean, people are just lucky if they have all that themselves now because of the affordability issue.
And Congressman, to that point, you reach across the aisle. I know there are Democrats you can work with and seem like you can talk with. I couldn't do that from afar with Ilhan Omar for this reason. She was rescued from a refugee camp. Ingratitude is one of the worst human qualities, and that's what she strikes me as her main force. She's ungrateful to America.
So many are. So many of these people that are demonstrating and doing the things they're doing. It used to be when you immigrated to America, you also became part of America. It's called assimilation. It doesn't mean you lose your love of your native country. We know that from whether you're Italian or German or Jew. I could go through all the people that immigrated here. You love where you came from and you love who you are, but you love above all things the United States of America, which gives you this opportunity, the freest country on the face of the earth. And that's what immigration was always about. Now we got folks that come over, they hate America, they're coming here to change it, to make it like the countries they left, which were dangerous or didn't have freedom. It's a crazy, crazy thing. But the bottom line is, I think Mikey's going to be very adversarial. Makes it much harder for me to do my job because we're trying to obviously do good things for New Jersey federally. But it is what it is. I'll work with her when I can, and when she's dead wrong, I'm going to say it. I'm going to stand up, and I'm going to yell.
The SAVE Act this week, I'm glad to see, for whatever happens with it, that Scalise, mainly I think, but Mike Johnson, is that going to come up for a vote, do you think, in the near future?
I would hope, as long as we have the votes. I mean, that's something now that we have to be very, very careful with. You saw that, and I was even involved, something I wouldn't vote for because of the constituents I have. But in any event, what I'm trying to say is we have to be extremely careful when we whip these votes to make sure we have the number of votes we need so that we're not embarrassed on the floor. But we do want to see good things happen. And there's a lot that we've done. By the way, I don't mean to I agree with you on the SAVE Act, number one. Number two, sometimes we're our own worst enemy in the Republican Party. We don't advertise what we're doing enough. We should have, because the legacy media is not going to give it to you. It's only people like you that will tell us everything that's going on, not just one point of view. And we need to tell people, for example, dozens and dozens of executive orders have been codified on our side. We've put them into law. They have to go to the Senate now. I'm sorry, they have been voted upon and they pass, and they have to go to the Senate to become law, and President Trump will sign them. Almost nobody knows that. Still, almost nobody knows all the good things that are in the big, beautiful bill. Tons of stuff for working people, waiters, waitresses, casino workers, barbers, senior citizens. I could go through it all. There's tons of good stuff in there. A lot of people don't know it. They only hear bad things from the Democrats. We've got to get our message out there.
Well, I agree. And when those tax refunds come in, Besant is a reliable source. You are too. Start to come in. We really need messaging big time all over that. Who could be against taking away the tax on tips? Well, the other side, by and large.
Yeah, and they try to say, oh, it's a break for, billionaires. No, how many billionaires do you know, Dom, that are, serving you your eggs and ham in the diner? How many billionaires are cutting your hair?
Well, look,
how many billionaires are working on the construction site and getting overtime? Come on.
We have hundreds of diners or something like that in Jersey. Jersey ought to be the ground zero when we publicize that, without a doubt.
Yep, absolutely, and we will. But this is a war for the heart and soul of America. Look, I get it. I don't agree with the president on every single thing or the way he goes about things sometimes. But it comes down to, do you love America? Do you believe in America? Do you believe in American exceptionalism? It really does. At the end of the day, it all comes down to that. And we do, you do, I do, he does. And so we've got to move forward and try to save the country.
1 year in, the president now, and I think he's spoken for, it seems like an hour or so, gone over the first year of the second term, some of the highlights. He goes off script a little bit. And you've been very close to this. One of the highlights, of course, is you bringing Trump to Wildwood. That is top 10 country. Well, what would you say the biggest thing that he's done? To me, you can't ignore this unless you're against energy. He has unleashed energy. It's 100%. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. Once again, Dom, you're right on target. So let's all understand, the supposed, quote, affordability issue. I call it cost of living, whatever you want to call it. The Democrats created the chaos. And what they have done, not only in New Jersey, but across the country, wherever there are Democratic states, the price of gas, now it's gone down because of the administration, but all of those issues with your home energy, manufacturing, the products cost more because the energy is so expensive, farming. In order to produce the fruits and vegetables, you use energy for every part of it. So everything in America is based on energy. We are energy rich. We own this. We should be exporting energy. If we unleash the energy, the cost of living really will not only stabilize, it will go down, and that's what we need to do. The Democrats had these crazy schemes giving billions of dollars to foreign companies for wind turbines that don't work, created the chaos, are against energy, and want America to be like Europe, where, we have to keep our houses at 65 in the winter and at like 80, 85 in the summer. We're not Europe. We don't want to be Europe. We're America. Everybody wants to be America. And they have gone way off target, the Democrats, with this. And we have to make that clear. It's humorous to me, and Mikey Sherrill's campaign did a good job with this. They stole the issue. They created the problem, but now they said, we're new, we're going to fix it. Let's see what happens. I doubt that she is.
Absolutely. Congressman, thank you very much as always.
You're always welcome. It's great to be with you. Take care.
Congressman Jeff Van Drew coming up. Oh, Joe of Exton's got a really good one. I'm not saying I'm going to say that's the winner, but that is a good one close to home of this change in career. And our guest tomorrow has made a pivot, a change in career several times. Big, big, big. I'll tell you who that is tomorrow that's going to join us here on Talk Radio 1210. Straight ahead with Dom.
It's a new year, and there's no better time to invest in your smile than right now. It's 2026, and this is the year that you want healthier teeth, greater confidence, and care you can trust. So make your appointment now with Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. With Dr. Mike, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health is his top priority, and I should know he's my dentist. And for over 12 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex dental surgery and procedures. He treats other doctors. He's the guy the experts call the expert in handling complex dental surgeries and procedures. So, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike, and when it comes to your health, you don't cut corners. That's why it's so important. You go to the best and only the best. With 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Make your appointment to get your free dental implant consultation today. If you already had an estimate, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. This is your smile we're talking about. VeneriaDental.com, VANARIA, VeneriaDental.com.
Every man should have their health optimized. 14 Men's Health offers a unique approach to men's health, providing individualized solutions that address a wide range of critical issues. Dr. Michael Athanasios supports you with cardiovascular disease prevention, improvement in erectile dysfunction, testosterone replacement and enhancement, nutrition counseling, and weight control, all in one place. Reduce the need for multiple appointments with different specialists. Visit 14menshealth.com. Make an appointment today for personalized health care. 14 Men's Health, with one doctor, one location for life. 14menshealth.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-549-1238 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-549-1238. That's 800-549-1238. What do you have to lose? Call 800-549-1238. Again, 800-549-1238.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is exactly right. By the way, on Twitter, a great one. Harry Truman went from what to president? Well, politics. Haberdasher. Clothing store. I love that phrase.
Little buttons and...
Yeah, there's a phrase we ought to bring back. I'm a haberdasher. All right, tomorrow, drum roll, please, and everything else that we have here. I mean, even bigger than that. Anything else you have there in addition to the drum roll? That's kind of ominous. All right.
Give it a sec.
Oh, there we go. All right, that's good. Yes. All right, tomorrow. Not exactly sure of the exact time. Could be 1:30, could be 2 o'clock. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr., remember Elaine, will be with us tomorrow to talk this tour that they're on. I believe the tour is the, what's the headline? Eat Real Food Rally, etc. All right, so RFK Jr. here tomorrow. I've had him on over the years, but it's got to be 10, 12 years ago that we had him on talking. And again, his legacy, particularly in the area of food, will be up there. Nobody's going to have the legacy of President Trump, but it will be up there, second to none in this cabinet or any cabinet that I can remember. You'll get him tomorrow. Mark those down. No, I don't think he'll be on Zoom. I didn't ask that. Just having him on the phone will be enough. The long journey. Now, the next step is to get him here for an event, but I'm working on it. Tomorrow, RFK Jr. can hardly wait. You can send me questions at Twitter, at DomShow1210, or otherwise, other social media. But I have a bunch of them. And first year, it's very good to ask. He's had a year. President Trump has had a year. What's the biggest accomplishment? And yes, I will ask about the pull-up. Remember the pull-up he did with Sean? I think he beat him kind of, but that pull-up thing was easier than the ones Henry and I have to deal with. Yes, we will talk pull-ups. So I need to hear from people on that, all kinds of questions. Lightning round. Let me go to Joe in Exton here. I want to make sure I get this one in. Joe, good afternoon. What's yours?
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon. Jimmy Fallon changes profession by going from New York taxi cab driver and comic to broadcast commentator of the news.
That is exactly a great one. You know, the cab driver thing, you can't write it. It seems like a dream. That's exactly right. I'll be going to New York on Saturday. More about that why on tomorrow. But being a cab driver in New York, oh, my God.
Yeah, stories you got to have.
Just unbelievable. Zenos in Upper Darby. All right, Zenos, what's yours?
Well, Dom, mine is the one that played, I just got brain freeze.
Carl Weathers.
Carl Weathers, that's him. Yes, he was a football player, went into acting, didn't know nothing about it, and became a pretty good actor. He was in Predator. And one thing, Dom, I'm going to make it fair.
Rocky too, right?
And Rocky, yeah, he did a bunch of them. Yes, he did a bunch of them. One thing, Dom, in the Orthodox Church, there is no kneeling. The name itself is explanatory. Orthos means to stand, like orthodontics. And there's only one time during the years after the Pentecost where we kneel during church.
Do you stand up the whole
in the
time?
Orthodox Church.
Do you sit, or how long do you stand up?
No, it's always you're mostly standing and some sitting, but it's mostly standing. And when the Father does the prayer, when people think it's time to kneel, you stand. We always stand. There's no kneeling in the church at all.
Thank you very much, Henry. There's a schism here. I'm amazed what we've uncovered with the kneeling thing.
Yeah.
I would think you're subservient. God, the whole thing here. All right, but we'll continue that.
No, this might just be a Catholic view of that.
Look, standing for an hour might be difficult, but kneeling for an hour, no way. I'll choose the standing.
Yeah, I'll switch religions after
Yeah,
that.
you can shift to your feet, do all that. You can lean a little bit. If you're kneeling, though, that is not easy. All right, let's get a winner here. These were impressive today. A few at the end particularly got me. I'm all over the place with these. I have two in mind. Sean, who's your winner today, or a couple?
So, one of them I actually really liked was Robert from Ben Salem with Walt Disney.
Yep, was well done.
That one was really great. And then also I got to go with Joe of Columbus with Pat Tillman.
Pat Tillman was one of my two. I'm back and forth here. Now you just can't leave. Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, I'll do Walt Disney and college basketball fan, so Dickie V.
Okay. I have in my mind either Tillman or the Jimmy Fallon. I like the Tillman thing, though. That was such a difficult thing to get through. Let's put Joe of Columbus, Pat Tillman, and to ease his agita with Mikey Sherrill. Boy, she's off a day of agita, and Matt Rooney is warming up on the heavy bag in there with Mike Opelka. Tomorrow, RFK Jr. So I'll put up on Twitter, et cetera, when we know the exact time. It's a little bit fluid given how much demand here, but 1:30 or 2 o'clock, you can let me know some of the areas you want to look forward on. But what he's done on food already is unprecedented. The breakthroughs just 1 year in are major. There's no denying that. All right, we'll have a big show tomorrow. Mike and Matt Rooney next. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Announcing that